Okay, we are going to go ahead and get started here. I have removed the godlike, I've removed the astral, I've removed all that stuff in favor of testing the what I consider the premier gamer PC of 2025. So this is going to be the stream featuring the Ryzen 7 9800X3D. This CPU is now just about 1 year old. I think that's correct. Let me see. Let me make sure. Ryzen 7 9800X3D launch date. November 7th. Oh man, it just so happens. It was 1 year ago. The launch of the 9800X3D. The CPU actually launched early. I don't think AMD originally intended for this CPU to launch when they did, but because of Intel's Arrow Lake, which was launching, I think 1 week before this, or no, yeah, it was October of last year. Yeah, so Intel launched the Arrow Lake CPU. AMD had already previously launched their Zen 5 CPUs in August of last year. So August was AMD's Zen 5, October was Intel's Arrow Lake, and November was the Ryzen 7 9800X3D. I think they launched this early. I think they were intending to launch this in Q1 of this year, but they launched it early to basically rain on Intel's parade, and they basically crashed the party. And then earlier this year, the 9950X3D and the 9900X3D, those CPUs launched. So what I call the big X3Ds. So the Ryzen 9 X3Ds, those launched this year. But the Ryzen 7 9800X3D, this is what we're going to be focusing on this live stream for gaming, because everyone keeps saying, oh, this is all you need for gaming. It's all you need for gaming. Yet they don't compare it properly. They compare this, instead of comparing this to an i7 265K, oftentimes people are, for I don't know what reason, they're comparing this to a 285K, when the correct comparison for that CPU would be the 9950X or the 9950X3D. Those are proper comparisons. So, we have removed what I normally use in this area, and we're going to be using what I call the gamer PC. So the gamer PC, back in March of this year, everyone went to Micro Center and lined up for launch day of this GPU, the AMD Radeon RX 9070 XT. So this is the XFX Quicksilver Magnetic Air with the magnetic floating fans. So that is what we were using, just to kind of show people the build. Here it is. This is the computer. Let me go ahead and remove the side panel for a second here, because of kind of there's like dust specks on the glass there. So we move this out of the way. This is it. You can see Radeon XFX 9070 XT, and then we have the ASRock X870E Nova for the motherboard. And you guys can see there it is. We are running 2 DIMMs because that's what the gamers use. We are using some high-spec DDR5 8000. We're running 48 gigabytes. 48 gigabytes is a good amount for the highest density on single-rank DIMMs for DDR5 8000 paired up with the 9800X3D. And then we have we got some fans down there from Corsair. You can see we got the triple fans down at the bottom. We got the carpeted floor down there, so it's sucking in the air from the carpet. We have some Montec fans on the front intake. You guys know me, I don't do aquariums. I don't do fish tank cases. No. We do proper, like, rack-mounted style, front-to-back airflow. So we have the intakes on the front, triple 140mm thick Montec fans. We have a 360mm thick boy radiator right there. That is from King Cool. You can see the logo there. King Cool, using the stock AMD mounting bracket there. G-Skill DDR5 8000 running at 1.35 volts for the lowest latency, the fastest performance. And I did add this rear fan. This fan here didn't actually come with a case. It's a Be Quiet fan. And that's pretty much it. This is a no-nonsense gamer computer. This is like literally the gamer computer. Because everyone keeps talking about the gamers. And I have really not focused too much on gamers since Q1 of this year. We focused on gaming at the start of this year, you know, from CES up until the point when the 9070 XT and the 9950 X3D launched in March of this year. Then we focused on like workstation stuff, Threadripper in the summer. We recently revisited Threadripper for AI purposes. We've covered Strix Halo. We've covered a lot of stuff. We covered Intel, Thunderbolt 5, all that good stuff. So we've kind of gone full circle. We did cover Intel's professional GPU as well, the Intel Arc Pro B50. So now we are shifting back to the gamers because, well, I feel like the gamers, I don't want the gamers to feel like they're left out. So no more of this workstation, no more of this high-end desktop stuff, no more of this enthusiast stuff. Now we're going to focus on the gamers. So now you guys can see we have a game running because this is all about gaming. And let's do one thing here. Let's go ahead and bring up Task Manager. Or actually, before we bring up Task Manager, let's go into the menu here. Monster Hunter Wilds does a good job at showing the PC specs. So right there. So those are the PC specs. You guys can see CPU Ryzen 7 9800X3D, RAM 48 gigabytes, GPU 9070 XT, VRAM 16 gigs. The GPU driver is the latest. Direct storage is still CPU. It remains to be seen if the December title update 4 will bring GPU-based direct storage, which is supposed to fix all the performance problems. So this right here is indicator of why we have the performance problems. And then if we bring up the Task Manager, here we go. So you guys can see this game is so incredibly CPU demanding. This CPU, the 9800X3D, is using like, it's always around like 50 to 70% utilization. Monster Hunter Wilds is so CPU demanding. It is insane. The direct storage, the CPU-based direct storage 1.0 that this game uses, causes the game to constantly stream the textures via the CPU, not the GPU, the CPU, over your SSD or over your storage. So you definitely don't want this game to be installed on anything other than, at minimum, a Gen 3 NVMe M.2 drive. You do not want this game to be installed on a SATA SSD or a hard drive. That would be terrible. This game would run really, really bad if you were to do that. And your CPU would be at like 90% because it would be forced to have to constantly queue up the data for the hard drive. So that'd be really bad. So this game is so demanding. It requires an SSD, like not SATA SSD, an actual PCIe SSD. So it requires PCIe SSD. It requires minimum 8 cores. You can see, like, literally this CPU is almost struggling, man. Like, that's a lot. That's not good. System memory, 48 gigabytes running at DDR5, 8,000 megatransfers for the maximum performance possible. Max out that RAM. 8,000 speed. But look at that. 26 gigabytes of system memory are in use. This is why I tell people 32 gigabytes is the bare minimum spec in 2025, soon to be 2026. So it's like if you're building a PC now, you better be doing 48 gigabytes or more, because 32 gigs is not a lot of RAM anymore. It's the minimum. So, and with RAM prices the way they are, that's not what people want to hear, but unfortunately that's the sad truth. All right, and then the CPU, not the CPU, the GPU, pegged at 99% because we're upscaling to 4K resolution. Yeah, we're playing this game at 4K resolution. We're going to talk about how we're able to pull that off. And then video codec engine. The live stream is being encoded twice. We are encoding to YouTube using HEVC on the 9070 XT, and we are locally recording to an SSD using AV1. So that is how that's basically how we're doing everything. So we're using the GPU for dual encoding. We are dual encoding on the GPU. So the CPU is literally only responsible for the game. The GPU is handling the stream and the game. Both. All on the 9070 XT with an upscale to 4K resolution. So we're streaming in 1440p. I'm playing the game at 4K. Let's go ahead and move this out of the way now, so we can get back in here. So we're playing the game. There it is. 4K 3840 by 2160 on an LG Ultra Gear OLED 240 hertz. And then the way we achieve the smoothest performance, you always cap Monster Hunter to 60 frames per second. Do not uncap this. You will mess it up. It'll run horribly. So you want to do 60, and then you want to turn on everyone's favorite technology, FSR Frame Gen. Frame Gen will then take it from 60 and double it up to 120 frames per second. And then we're also using 1440p. Quality at 4K equals 1440p. Then upscale via FSR 4. We are using FSR 4.0.2, courtesy of the Radeon 4 9070 XT. So this gives us the best picture quality. And the other thing that we can do is we can actually max out the sharpness filter. This is something that you can only do with FSR. You cannot do this with DLSS. You cannot do this with XESS or native, like non-upscaling. You must use FSR if you want access to the sharpness filter. And I've talked about the sharpness filter before. The sharpness filter is the secret way to make Monster Hunter Wilds look better than Monster Hunter World. There's been a lot of people that have asked about that. It's like, why does this game look so blurry, so smooth? Well, it's because the game defaults to a 0.5 sharpness filter, and if you want the game to look good, you have to max this out. They literally tell you in the description up here, upscaling sharpness, adjust the level of graphical detail used while upscaling. The higher the number, the greater the level of detail. So if you max this out, you'll get the best image quality. That's kind of a secret thing that no one ever talks about. But anyway, that is how to make the game look really sharp and actually look good. Considering how this game's art style is, the art direction in it, for whatever reason, they went with this aesthetic, and that's why the game kind of disappoints some people in terms of the visuals. So we kind of have to work with what we're given here. How's the 9800X3D compare? 9950X3D is going to be better because 9950X3D has more headroom. This CPU, as I pointed out, is already maxing out at like 78% utilization in this one game. So you can see it up there on the screen. It's always above 50% utilization. And high CPU utilization is not a good thing. The way you can tell if your gaming experience is good, there's two things. The lower the CPU utilization, the better. The higher the GPU utilization, the better. So you want high GPU utilization and low CPU utilization. You do not want high CPU utilization in a game because that means you're going to have problems. And the GPU, you actually want the GPU to be fully utilized, so you want the GPU to be at like 99%. You guys can see on my overlay, you can see our GPU, the 9070 XT, is at 100% utilization, so it's maxing out at that 300 watt TDP at all times. And then the 9800 X3D is running like anywhere from like 53% to almost 80% utilization. We'll see what happens when we get into a hunt, but I don't like that high utilization on the CPU. So that's the reason why, personally, for this game specifically, the 9950 X3D does better, because it has more headroom. It can offload, it can basically turn on the other CCD, turn on the other CCD for other background tasks. I've seen it do that. We've covered that in the past. Yeah, so especially if you're doing something like what we're doing here, we're live streaming the game. We're taking a game at 4K, we're downscaling it to 1440 for YouTube, but we're also upscaling the game internally from 1440 back to 4K. So there's a lot of stuff that we're doing that's creating a lot of extra work. And that's the reason why a 16-core, 32-thread is in a much better position to handle this type of scenario a lot more easily than this 8-core. So let's go ahead and check with Nada what we got going on here. Let's see, what do you got? What do we have here? Anyone want to trade? So he's got something. I don't want this. He's trying to give me his Pokemon cards. I don't want these things. No, these are Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I don't need any of this stuff. Magic the Gathering. You don't got any Magic the Gathering. Oh, wait. Whoa. He's got something I want. He has an Ancient Wyvern. Do I want this? I could end up using this for something. So I'll trade him this. I'll trade him my Blue Eyes White Dragon for his Ancient Wyvern. So yeah, I'll do that. And then this stuff, no, I don't want any of this. And then, no, I'm good. Okay, so that was the trade of the day. And then let's see what some other people went and collected. Kaiku the Ghost Destroyer. What do we got here? A Man-Eater Bug. I don't think so. What do we get? What is this? Magic Drain? Man, these Yu-Gi-Oh cards are like super old. Wow. What the heck? Where's the Pendulum Summons? Alright, anyway, so that's cool, Nada. You got good Yu-Gi-Oh cards over there. Alright, let's move on. Let's see what we've got to do here. So if anyone wants to help me try to get A rank, the only thing I really want to do on this stream, in this game, is get A rank on New Udra, on this character, before it disappears. So if you guys want to team up and run New Udra on Arena Challenge, I need help. I mean, I can't do it. I can't do it on my own. So, let's see. Mizutsune and Kangalala. In the forest? An event? So, I don't know. What do you guys want to do? Let me see. We've kind of showed the performance. This is an extremely CPU-bound game. It is harder to run than Dragon's Dogma 2, and that game was already, like, stupidly hard to run. Alright, so let's get some rations. Let's go to the table. This one sits down. Let's see. Subaru, what do we got here? What do we got here? Oh, yeah, we need some food. We need some food. Dream spell tea time. It's tea time. Call in Bob Ross and Mr. Rogers. It's tea time with Yami Yugi. Oh, look at that. I got the fish on the bread with a lemon. Lemon spicy. This is the good stuff right here. That's the good stuff. That is some diabetes-inducing food, man. You should not give that to a cat. That's like very irresponsible. My goodness. That cat, that's the insulin overload, man. Cats and dogs are not supposed to be fed that kind of food, for real. Like, for real. Anyway, let's go ahead and look at some of the events here. If you guys want to join, hold on. If you guys want to join the session and team up with me, I'm going to put it on the screen here. For those of you watching the stream, there's the lobby ID right here. Lobby ID is XC 6S74CJ. So if you want to come team up with me in the game, go ahead. We got 32 out of 100 people in the lobby right now. It's filling up. Oh, hey, Hades. Safi's here. Drew Meyer. Is that Meyer as in like the Maiar from Lord of the Rings? Like Gandalf style? So, if you guys want to team up with me, you can go ahead and do that. Let me see. Let's see who's on here real quick. Hey, okay, let me invite Chief in here. Let me invite some of these people. See Peepo's in. But I think Peepo's doing something else right now. He's already in a link party. Okay, so I just need help, man. I just need help clearing New Udra. Oh, the drum. Because that Maiar means, you know, like those are the Maiars from Lord of the Rings. At least that's how I interpret the name. Hold on, is this a water hammer? I think, yeah, this is a water hammer. Okay, so I need to hunt Mizutsune real quick. Mizutsune is weak to dragon and lightning, but mostly dragon. And sort of ice. Dragon, huh? Mizutsune does water damage. So you wouldn't want to bring this set to that hunt. That would be bad. So I am going to I'm going to save this set. And we're going to load whatever has good water resist. You know what? The Uthduna one is good. Or I could use the Mizutsune set itself. Is this Mizutsune weapons? Yeah, but Mizutsune is not weak to water though, so it's kind of like, you know what? I'm probably gonna go with the Uthduna Gamma. And bring a dragon weapon. Dragon or lightning. Gunlance would be good. Dragon. Okay, I'm going Charge Blade. And then I guess this is fine. Could also bring this thing and spam. Let's do that. Let me see, what is my build? So my build actually has wide range. I actually think this is an okay build. I'm just gonna go with this. So is there a Mizutsune event? I don't see one. Which means I'll have to look for one or I have to join somebody. And it has to be Forest? Wait, this one... This is a guaranteed Uthduna. With this Congalala. I don't know, is this worth it? I'll save it. I'm going to save that, and I'm going to see if I have an investigation. Oh, I have a guaranteed orb. You know what? I don't even have anything except that one. Alright, I'm going to post this one. It's open to anyone who wants to join. Yeah, this is probably the maximum performance that you can get in a game like this, because the game is so demanding.
Are you prepared?
I mean, it requires a ton of memory bandwidth, and we're running the RAM at DDR5 8000 for maximum bandwidth on a single CCD. That's as much as we can get.
Target sighted.
Sneak attack. Oh, we're in the water. We're in the water. It has the advantage. I haven't fought this thing since the spring. Or maybe I fought it like one time in the summer. It's been a while. You gotta watch out for the bubbles. You don't want to get hit by the bubbles. Did you eat your veggies? What? No, they ate a bunch of like they fed the palico a bunch of like sugar stuff just now. There's like a bunch of desserts and things. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Get ready. Get ready. Oh man, I got him. I got him. Oh, that's that Resident Evil style. Look at that, Resident Evil style. Oh, yeah. Big damage, big damage. Oh, he's mad now. Oh, another one, another one. You know what? We might try Fabius will probably come with me and help me do Omega Savage just to see. Because a lot of people have been saying, man, if you're having trouble with Omega Savage, bring Fabius. He's good. He knows what he's doing. He's the smartest one. He's got all the moves. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, see that? That's what I'm talking about. That's why we play this game. That's why we play this game. That never gets old. Oh, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. Oh, he's mad, he's mad. The water, the river. Alright, here we go. Oh, he jumped on him. Alright, hold on. Oh, wow. $9060 XT is faster than a 5060, yes, it is. A lot faster. It's faster and has more VRAM. Actually, hold on. What are we talking about? Yeah, it is faster. Yeah, this is 4K. Alright, we're gonna do the spin to win. Here we go. Oh, big attack, big attack. Oh. Oh, yeah, the claw, the claw. We got the claw, we got the claw. Man. Wow, that one volley, that one attack, it's already near dead? Now that's what I'm talking about. See, that's the power of Fabius right there. Fabius and Kai, man. The buffs. Uh-oh, Uduna. Uduna, like, what are you doing? Charge it up. I don't know what's going on right now. There's, like, Uduna in the way. Wait, this is Rathlos. The thing isn't even here. There was, like, 3 random monsters there just all fighting each other. We just had to run away. They really designed this game for using the mount to get around, because it's like, at first I thought, man, the game's environments are small compared to World. They're actually not small, it's just because you ride on the mouth all the time. Oh, I don't even have any charge. Completely out. Got him.
I'm feeling good today.
All right. Can they do yeah, they can do 1440p. What are you trying to do? You're trying to get a 1440p monitor? Or you... Well, I got 2 orbs from that. Supposedly the Gagmazios hunt is supposed to use armor spheres for some weird reason. So people are like, oh, we gotta farm up armor spheres. I don't like the idea of spending armor spheres during a hunt, though. Because then you can't upgrade your armor. Well, VRAM is like the most important thing. Like, VRAM is the most important thing. Because, like, literally right now, as an example, I'll use this computer as an example. So right now, I mean, I'm using just under 14 gigabytes of VRAM on a 16 gigabyte graphics card right here. But keep in mind, this is outputting to 4K, but this is 1440p. This is 1440p upscaled to 4K. So I guess native 1440 without the upscale would probably be a little bit less. But this is a ton of VRAM. So it really, the games are becoming more demanding, not becoming less demanding, they're becoming more demanding. It's like as soon as somebody increases the baseline for a mainstream GPU's VRAM, or as soon as a new console comes out with more VRAM, all of a sudden VRAM, like, the resource utilization becomes much, much higher. Not lower, it always becomes higher. So keep that in mind. It's like, this is why, to me, 16 gigs of VRAM is kind of the minimum spec. Like, in my mind, for 1440 and beyond, 16 gigs is minimum spec. I wouldn't consider any GPU with less than 16 gigs of VRAM. Just from what I experienced myself. I mean, you can see it right here on the screen. We're using 14.6 out of 16. So, and games are not going to become less demanding. They're going to become more demanding. Yeah, this is maxing out the 9070 XT. Monster Hunter Wilds, this game is a beast. This game, you can throw as much hardware as you want this game. This game will gobble it up. It demands hardware.
I want to buy an 8 terabytes SSD for my Lenovo Legion Go 2D. Is SN850 the best Gen 4 8 terabytes SSD? 990 Pro is too hot for handheld?
I would actually, so you want to get you want to look at SSDs that don't pull a lot of power, especially when idling. But I think if you're talking about gaming on a handheld, usually it's kind of weird. Most SSDs either have really good idle power, but then they have like really high peak power, and then or they have kind of like mediocre idle power, but not super high peak power, if that makes sense. So, meaning an SSD can either have a very wide power range, it can go really, really low on idle and really, really high during load, or it can be a range that's smaller, so not as good idle, not as high peak. I would probably tell you, so the SN850 is good, but I don't know if that's what I would recommend. Like, let me see. Let me look at what I would get. Let me see here. Would you consider a DRAM-less SSD? Or do you want one that has DRAM? If you want an SSD that has the DRAM, then I guess the SN850 might be the best deal. Why do you want an 8 terabyte though? I guess if you want an 8 terabyte, that's a lot. I mean, I guess for a handheld, you won't have to delete games. But that's a huge SSD for a handheld. I don't have any 8 terabyte SSDs in my desktop. I think 8 terabyte SSDs also use more power though, because they have more electronics in them. They have more chips in them. So I kind of think you should get a 4 terabyte myself, but I mean, there is also the danger of SSDs going high price, low availability because of the way we've already seen DRAM prices go up. So SSDs are also going to go up, especially SSDs that have DRAM in them. What about the 990 EVO Plus? I know the 99 EVO Plus doesn't have DRAM though. So you could get that. That doesn't heat up too much as long as it has adequate cooling in it. Or like adequate cooling in the handheld. And it doesn't use that much power. I think it might run hotter than I initially thought, though I'm looking at it now. I've still seen a 990 EVO get to 80 degrees, though. But that's without any heatsink on it at all. And it's on constant load. I don't know. I kind of think this SSD is what I would get. The 990 EVO Plus. I've had a good experience with these. Now, I don't think you can get this in 8 terabyte. But do you really want an 8 terabyte? No, there's no reason to get a 9100 Pro because that's a Gen 5 and the handheld doesn't even do Gen 5. That's a waste of money. I kind of think this is what I would get. I would get like a 4 terabyte of this. You really want an 8 terabyte though? Like, I don't... To me, I don't see the reason to get an 8 terabyte. I would get a 4 terabyte Evo Plus. This is what I would get. What is that one? SN 50. SN850 is older. That doesn't necessarily mean it's bad, but doesn't mention cache or DRAM. You have a 9100 Pro on the yeah. Well, for a handheld, you would never get a 9100 Pro because that's waste. You'll never be able to get the 5 gen speed out of it because the handheld doesn't even do Gen 5. I don't know. I think this is good, but personally, I would probably get the 990 Pro or not Pro, 990 Evo Plus. This is what I would get. This one, the 4 terabyte of this. Does the handheld even support 8 terabyte? Some handhelds, the firmware won't recognize things above 4 terabytes. I remember the PlayStation didn't recognize... At first, the PlayStation didn't recognize anything above 2 terabytes. Then it became 4 terabytes. Now I think you can install an 8 terabyte. This is what I would get. I have used 3 of these. All of them 4 terabytes, and all of them have worked flawlessly in various different computers. So I have one of these in the Godlike running at Gen 5 2 lanes. I have one of these in the Crosshair Hero running at 4 lanes Gen 4, and then there's another one somewhere. I can't remember where. Maybe it's, I don't, no, Threadripper doesn't have this. I forget where the third one is. I know I have 3 of them, and there's a third one somewhere. I don't know where, but it's somewhere. So yeah, I actually like these. I haven't used Samsung SSDs in a long time until the 990 Evo Plus. So I can't give you any opinion on the 9100 because I don't have a 9100 or any of the Pro SSDs. My last Samsung SSD before the 990 Evo Plus was a 970 Evo Plus. In fact, now that I think about it, I only have one Samsung Pro SSD, and it was my very first SSD, which is a Samsung 840 Pro. Or was it 850? No, I'm pretty sure it's 840 Pro. It's a 2.5-inch SATA SSD. I think it's like 256 gigabytes or something like that, or maybe it's 240. It's like a small SSD, or 320 or something. It's from a long time ago. My first SSD was a Samsung 840 Pro in 2013 or 2014. Still works. And it's that old. That being said, I have had some SSDs die on me. I have had 2 Crucial MX300 2.5-inch SATA SSDs. One was in a PS4 Pro, and one day the PS4 Pro just didn't recognize any of the files, and it wouldn't boot up correctly. So it turned out the SSD was dead. So all the games, everything on that, dead. No warning, just dead. So, and then the other one was, I think like that one was a 2 terabyte, 2.5-inch Crucial MX 300 or MX 500. And then the other one that died was also a Crucial MX 300 or 500, but it was only like a 275 gigabyte SSD. It's 2.5-inch SSD. So I've never had an NVMe drive die. I have only had the SATA SSDs die, and in both cases they were Crucial brand, meaning they were made by Micron. So I don't know what that means. I know earlier this year there was that weird issue with Microsoft and the Ryzen controller-based SSDs, and a bunch of those were actually Micron-based SSDs. So I don't know what the deal is going on with that. But most of my SSDs over the years have been either Samsung or Micro Center branded inland, which I don't know what the OEM for. I know that they're using. Well, it depends on the SSD. Some Micro Center SSDs are using the Phison controllers, like especially the Gen 5 SSDs, and then I think the budget ones are either Silicon Motion or somebody, I forgot who. But yeah. And that's pretty much what I've been using. You fixed the GPU dying during the Monster Hunter. You flipped the BIOS switch. Santiago's in town. Oh, he has the commission ticket. This is... Okay. The commission ticket and the Sinister Cloth are like the two hardest things to get in this game. Is it just me, or are those the two hardest items to get? They're the rarest things in the game. Commission tickets from Santiago. And Sinister Cloth for trade from whoever sells them, or whoever wants to trade for one, or trade you one. Okay, Congalala. I need to do a I need to try that Uthaduna thing for A rank again. The Western Digital 7100. Are those also DRAM-less drives? There's also this one. Crucial P310. Oh, they now have a 510? I have one. I have a P310. I don't have a P510. I even know that is a 510 a Gen 5 or something. No, the T710s are the Gen 5s. T500s are the. This is a Gen 4. This is a Gen 5. Oh, those are Gen 5. This must be their newest model. So yeah, I have a P310 in the Strix Halo computer in the mini PC. Oh yeah, you can join. I need to do Congalala real quick. I think I might have a better one here. I think I just saved one that has a guaranteed Uthaduna water gem if you want to do this one. It requires us to hunt a tempered Congalala and then Uthaduna normal. I think that's... Oh wait, I've got this one. I've got a guaranteed beast gem and I only have one of it left. Which one do you want to do? Do you want to do this one? Tempered Congalala guaranteed beast gem, or the Uthduna one for guaranteed water gem.
I'm happy to help anytime.
Okay, well, I'll just do the...
Yes.
Here, I'll do this one. We'll get the better reward. I have to add him. Or you have to add him. One of us has to add him. I don't have him on my list. I have him on my Elden Ring list. Oh, no, no, that's not right. I do have him. He's not logged in. Okay. Yeah, for some reason I thought I had him on my... I guess I have him on both characters. Oh, what the... The whole time I thought you guys were seeing the game. You guys are seeing this crucial SSD. Talking about SSDs makes me remind myself that I need to inventory all my SSDs. I haven't done that in a while. And recently, you know how we were talking about home labs and NAS setups and things? So I built a NAS recently. And I was going to talk about this on Tech Thursdays, but I decided not to because I feel like it would not have contributed. It would not have been on topic. But I built a NAS. And what I did was I basically pulled out all of my 3.5-inch hard drives from my Threadripper, my Godlike, and my Crosshair. So that ended up being 6 hard drives, 2 per computer. So 6 hard drives. So then, you want to carve? That's fine. We can carve. You let me. You tell me. We're hunting Uthduna, actually. I just realized I gotta change my weapon up. I completely forgot. Uthduna's weak to lightning, right? Yeah, Uthduna's weak to lightning. And then, what's his name? This guy's weak to fire. They're weak to opposites, wow. Okay, so I'm gonna bring my fire dual blades for Kangolala, and then I'm gonna bring the... What do I have that's lightning? Is this lightning? I guess I can bring the lance. Or sword and shield. Or I can go Sergio light bowgun and just constantly dodge and attack with infinite ammo. I guess I'm just gonna go with the sword and shield. I'm just gonna be boring. I'm just gonna go with I'm just gonna go with this. The Radeon. Yeah, it's fast, guys. It's fast. Yeah, it's fast. Why would it be slow? If you have 2 sticks of memory, it should be fast. If you have 4 sticks of memory, it's also fast. But it's not fast when you're doing the memory training. That's one of the nice things about switching back to this gamer computer. This is known as the gaming computer. The gamer computer has 2 sticks of memory. My other computer has 4 sticks of memory. Like, this is literally the only computer I have that's 2 sticks of memory. Threadripper has 4, Godlike has 4, Crosshair has 4. This is the Nova. This one has 2. But the difference is, this one, the memory's running at 8,000. The other computers, the memory's running at 6,400. But yeah, the boot times are fast, man. It's only like 5 seconds to load Windows. That is one thing I realized. Removing the 3.5-inch hard drives speeds up the boot time dramatically. Having to initialize those old hard drives in the PC made it slower at booting up. Especially on gigabyte boards. Especially on Intel-based gigabyte boards. So my choices for the NAS were... I can either go with Intel with DDR4, or I can go AMD DDR5, or I could go AMD DDR4, but it would require me to run a discrete graphics card in the NAS if I ever wanted to remote into the NAS. That was the only problem. Man, I'm treating this thing like it's Nursilla. From the Omega Hunt. Yeah, and the hard drives also are noisy too. You hear them. Like, one of the reasons why I finally decided to build the NAS is because I was tired of the humming sound that the hard drives made when I was just using the computer normally. I got tired of that humming sound that they make. So I was like, man, I really want to get rid of that humming sound. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to put these in a NAS and get them out of here. That's what I ended up doing. So I'll go over the topology after this hunt. I'll show you what I ended up doing. Because I was like, we're probably going to go Intel for the NAS. 12700K with a Z690. And I'll go over the choices, and you guys will tell me if I made the right choice. Because now I have literally no 3.5-inch hard drives in any of my PCs that I use on a normal basis. They're all centralized in a NAS now, which is actually, at first I was like, I don't know if I really need to do this. But then I thought, no, it allows me to optimize the data, and I can still have redundancy in the NAS. Oh boy. I keep grappling onto the wrong one. I keep grappling the other one. Oh, I can't use healing items. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die if I don't heal.
Time for a little game of chase.
Thanks. That helped.
What about the 1%? What do you mean? The 0.1% low? They're fantastic. They're really good. They're like the best in the business, man. Like, what type of question is that? Okay, do you want? If you want to capture this guy, go ahead. It doesn't matter to me. You can do capture or whatever. Oh no. All right.
Ooh, somebody's lucky.
Okay, now for the real hunt.
Hey, thanks.
All right, here we go. Oh, Rosso jumped on him? Oh, it powered down. Oh. Oh, you can actually cut these things? Which way is it going? Got him. You know, this month is the last month for the games. Like, in a sense that after this month, it's the cutoff for the awards. Which means games that come out in December won't be considered for Game of the Year. They would fall over into next year, essentially. So, as far as I'm concerned, I don't know of any game that's coming out in November that is gonna be like super state-of-the-art fantastic. I think all the main games that are eligible for the awards are probably already out in the wild. So meaning we can already kind of predict with high accuracy what game's gonna get what award. The voting will start soon, actually, for the various different outlets that do these sort of things. I don't know, you guys already know my top 5 games of this year. This game's definitely on that list. This is one of the best games that came out this year. This and Elden Ring Night Rain, both games, man. Both games have, they're just the games that keep on giving. Some of the best in the industry. Oh, he powered down again. I mean, I've had a bunch of people asking about Battlefield 6. Do you guys really think for those of you that play Battlefield 6, do you think Battlefield 6 is deserving of, like, any of those awards? Not necessarily Game of the Year, but just in general. Is Battlefield 6 really that good? For those that play Battlefield 6? Like, what is your opinion of Battlefield 6? How does it compare to Call of Duty? How does it compare to the other games of similar genre that also came out this year? Unless it was the only one. I mean, I don't know. Because that's the one game that, like, occasionally someone will ask, are you going to play Battlefield 6? And the answer is always no. I mean, I played the open beta, and I knew from within, like, the first 30 minutes of playing the open beta that I knew that was a game I'm not going to play. No, but you weren't the only one, though. There have been people that have been asking me since before the game came out, like, because I live streamed the open beta, and people were like, "Man, you should play. Are you gonna play Battlefield 6?" And I'm like, "Probably not." And then the open beta closed, and then it got closer to release. People were like, "I'm gonna be playing Battlefield 6," and I was like, "I really don't think so." And then it came out, and I'm like, "Yeah, no, I'm not playing it." So. Oh, I just got a achievement, something achieved like a certain number of Zenny or whatever. I mean, most of the people that I talk to that do play Battlefield 6, they think it's okay. It's not bad. It's not the best. You know? But they don't think it's Game of the Year. Like, and these people like Battlefield, the franchise, and they don't think that it's Game of the Year. Or I guess maybe that's the wrong way to frame the conversation. Rather than saying, should it be Game of the Year, it's like, should it be the best first-person shooter of the year? In that scenario, I probably would say yes. Because it's really going to come down to, like, is Call of Duty going to be better than it? Most people who play COD will probably side with Battlefield people. I don't know. The Call of Duty community is really odd. They're like self-loathing or something. I don't know. It's like they always criticize the game, but they keep playing the game. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. So I don't expect Call of Duty to do a whole lot. I think Battlefield is probably going to be the better game. Battlefield 6. But I'm not an expert in first-person shooters, so it's like, those of you who play them, you guys tell me, like, what's your opinion? What's your opinion on Battlefield versus Call of Duty? Like, which franchise do you like more, assuming you've played both, and why? Alright, let me fly over to the thing, because we don't need to be over here anymore. What's this? Alright, I'm going to prepare the new Udra, if you want to help me do the new Udra. New Udra, I'm going to need his armor. I'm just going to wear that set that I was already using before this. We use this water hammer. And the backup weapon doesn't really matter because I'm probably not going to use it. Yeah, this set. I'm going hammer. Oh, whoops, hold on. I gotta cancel it. I gotta redo it. The starting point. I picked the wrong starting point. The mining cave, I think, is the one. COD is more fun and you have movement. I need people. Get in here and help clear this. Oh no. Yeah, I know COD's faster, but I always hear like Battlefield feels more grounded and realistic. If you call jumping out of an air. Well, the stuff that you can do in Halo is so fake that it's like, I don't even know why people would try to compare Battlefield to Call of Duty when it comes to realism, when there's games like Halo Infinite. Yeah, COD equals Call of Duty. I mean, I tried to like Battlefield 6 during the open beta. I did have fun playing it. Some of the maps. There were some maps that I didn't like. But I guess that's true for anyone playing that game. Do you have a video on tuning RAM voltage? RAM voltage is just going to be based off of what your RAM is. There's really, so you don't want RAM, basically, your RAM should not go above 1.35 volts if you're on DDR5. And 1.4 volts is like the absolute maximum. And the reason why I say that is because if you run a high voltage, you better have active cooling on your memory. Otherwise, you're going to just not be stable. We demonstrated this yesterday. Hey, Ashen, you want to run the new Udra with us? I posted it. I invited you and I posted it. I need help clearing that again. I tried doing it by myself. I just cannot get under, what is it, 14 minutes, 13, 12 minutes or whatever. Yeah, pretty much with RAM, you do not want your RAM to be above 1.35 or 1.4, depending on your RAM kit. If your RAM kit comes with an Expo profile that specifies 1.4, then that's as far as you go. But you don't go higher. Especially if you want your RAM to last long. Well, the game is the name of the game is in the description of the video. But this is Wilds. I haven't played World in like 3 years, 4 years. At some point, someone's gonna do some kind of like campaign, return to World, and then everyone's gonna go back and play Monster Hunter World. Then I'll probably do it then. Oh, shouldn't we have the lure pod? I should probably bring some of those. We need traps. Remember, guys, to bring traps, mega barrel bombs, large barrel bombs you can craft into mega barrel bombs. Don't forget about that. Oh, and I'm also going to bring the attack buffs. You did the Return to World. Oh, it was last year when they did that? Because I remember they did do some kind of campaign of Return to World. Was it last year? I don't know if I should have kept Fabius or should I have gone with one of the others. Don't forget the rock burst. If it grabs, you can get out of it. Alright, we're going in now. Just like Anakin in Attack on the Clones. No, I'm taking them now. I'm just going in right now. No waiting around. Oh man, we're going in hammer. Big damage, big damage. Spin to win. Dota 2 style. Uh-oh. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, Fabius, is he dead? Where's Fabius? Why is there only 3 of us? Oh, we don't get AI on this one? Oh, we're gonna need a 4th person then. Oh man, we're gonna need a 4th. I just realized we're doing a challenge run. Yeah, you don't get AI on challenge run. So it's either all or nothing. You gotta have either solo or you go in with 4 people. Oh, he's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. Or not. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're gonna need a 4th. This is gonna be really hard to get A rank with only 3 people. He's moving around too much. We need to all like clump together so that he doesn't like keep moving around. Because him moving around is lowering our overall DPS. Ouch. Oh man, he's... Okay. Yeah, he's moving around so much. Well, I'm gonna try to hit him in the back. There. Got him. Oh man, I interrupted him before he could do the fire attack. This is good training for Gagmazios, although I really think that that fight's gonna be like Call of Giraffe. Man, this guy's no joke. Well, let's see what ends up happening with the time. Let's see, because we're still on target for A. It's just people can't cart anymore because we're at 2 out of 3. Don't forget, he needs to be put to sleep, and we have to throw the bombs on him. This is the part where you're supposed to use the ghillie mantle. You have to either sleep him, or drop the boulder on him. Did the boulder fall on him? Okay, he went to sleep. All right, put the bombs. Get bombs, put bombs. Somewhere, wherever his face is or whatever, I don't know. Put the bombs. Why is there a salamander in the way? There's like a random salamander in the way. Okay. All right, you want to do your thing, or what? I'm just gonna do this. Alright. Alright, lure him over to the thing, wherever it is. I'm trying to remember where it was. Right here? Someone lure him? Oh boy. Alright, hold on. Where's the... Hold on, get him to come over here. We need to drop this giant thing on him. Now, there. Like, that's a must. You gotta run the two. You have to drop both rocks on him in this area to get A rank. Especially in multiplayer. Oh boy. Wait, why am I trying to... I think he has, yeah, he has a wound on this side, like right there. There we go. Watch out. Oh, I got pushed way back. I got pushed back like Obi-Wan versus Darth Maul in Phantom Menace. That was weird. I got pushed all the way back. I gotta run all the way back. He has a cut on his back. Oh boy. There we go. Now's our chance. We need big damage. Alright, he's... Hopefully we get a turf fight here. There's gonna be a turf fight. Alright, we got a turf, and then we're gonna have to do traps soon. We have to use traps soon to end this. Oh no, he's running away. Alright, this is the part where we gotta get the traps ready. Alright. This is gonna be close. Oh, Gravios is here. We kind of need that Gravios to help us. Oh no! Oh no! I have the lure! I have the lure! Oh, it's gonna burn! Oh! Almost. Oh, tenacity saved me. All right. All right. Almost. Double stun. Skull should be showing up. Yeah, skull's up, skull's up. I'm out of traps. Okay, if you have a trap, does anybody have a trap? Hopefully someone still has a trap. Because we have to trap him here when he comes out of the hole. So we can still get A. We have to kill him, like, literally in less than 1 minute.
Trap set.
Alright, get him over here. Alright, get him. Finish him off, The heck? He, like, I-framed my wound break? We got 10 seconds. Oh, we were so close. We were so close, guys. Man, wow. Yeah, if we had a fourth person, we would have gotten that. Man, we were like 16 seconds off. If we had a fourth person, we would have gotten that. Even with the carts, we would have gotten it. Oh, man, we need a fourth person. Because what was our time the other day? It was like 12 minutes and some seconds. That was with a party of 4. Yeah, maybe if... Yeah, well, definitely without the carts. Without the carts, we definitely would have gotten it. You guys want to do it again? So basically, the trick is, in Phase 2, you gotta drop the 2 rocks on him. You gotta sleep him and put the bombs. Although, I don't know if the bombs are mandatory. I just know that the bombs help. They make the DPS threshold easier. Man, so close. Even with all the cards, we're still so close. Yeah, everyone needs to make sure you bring bombs and both of the traps. Shock and the other one, pit trap. I used the lure pod, but it messed me up because I forgot to drop it or swap back. So I ended up getting burned. If I didn't mess that up, we probably would have also gotten it if I didn't get grabbed and burned. Does it scale for 3 people? I know it scales for 2 and 4. But I feel like 3 is like the worst number because these type of challenges require, like, these are the only things in the game that make me craft Ardean weapons. Because it's like, I don't care about Ardean weapons, but every time there's something like this, I end up crafting an Ardean weapon. I made this water hammer for this one challenge. Otherwise I would have never bothered making it. When did they add weapon glamours? Were weapon glamours in title update 2? Or was it more recent than that? I think it was in the summer. Oh, I forgot to get the dust. Alright. Alright, I think, yeah, with 3, we can do it. We can do it, we just don't need cards. Oh, I messed it up, guys. Hold on, hold on. Redo it, redo it, redo it. Redo it. Well, maybe not. Hold on. We need to... I think we already screwed it up, though, because we picked the wrong starting area. I think we already failed just because I chose the wrong starting area. Should we redo it? Forgot to grab the rock. Yeah, I already messed this up. I already messed it up. We chose the wrong starting location. I didn't grab the rock first. This is like taking an exam and getting the first 3 questions wrong, just by default. I think it's because we're doing a challenge. we're doing the new Udra challenge. I'm not sure how that shows up. I think we already kind of screwed it up. Maybe we should just, I don't know. Depends on what our time is after phase 1. Because we already messed up. We chose the wrong starting location. And that's my fault. Oh, I just got tenacity. So that's not good. I already used tenacity in phase 1. Like, should protect the head when I could have do that attack. Oh, he's going after me, finally. All right. I think, I don't know, our time is either better. It's hard for me to tell. I think this is the part where we have to sleep him and lure him. And put the bombs. So this is the part with the ghillie mantle. Don't forget to drop the thing on him. No, no, no. Did that get him? Wait, what the heck? Put the bombs?
Bomb set.
Or use the wyvern fire, I guess. Or this. Just use the wyvern fire. There we go. His face has a cut. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Craft the bomb. Craft bombs. Or not. Okay, where is that thing? Oh, we went to sleep again. We put the bombs. This run is very weird here. We need to get him to go here. Where's the... There. That's what we needed to do. Yeah, those frame spikes are because we're running out of VRAM. The frame spikes are due to VRAM, guys. This doesn't happen on the 9700 because the VRAM, and it doesn't happen on a 7900 XTX either. It also doesn't happen when not streaming. The reason why, it's because the stream software is eating up more VRAM than what the game would normally use. And that is the reason why on the Tech Thursdays computer, I'm still using a 7900 XTX. If this was 1440p though, it wouldn't be a problem. It's because it's 4K. Okay, so I think we salvaged that, but I don't know, because now we have like 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Okay, come on, Rathlos, help out. We need that Rathlos to help out. He's running away. Oh no, this is like the worst place for him to be. It's hard to even see. It's so chaotic. I can barely even see like what the monster's doing. Rathlos. Oh my god. Oh, he's running away. He's running away. Can you trap him? If not, it's okay. Oh no. Oh man. All right, we have like 1 minute to kill him again. It always comes down to that 1 minute. We're at less than 1 minute again. Make sure you have traps ready. Oh, this is gonna be close. I don't think we're gonna get it. I think we actually did worse. We actually did a little bit worse, it seems. Yeah, we failed. I can already tell.
I saw the truck.
There's two. What the heck? And that's time. Yeah, we actually did better the first time. Yeah, the VRAM spring. I'm gonna have to do something with the texture. I have to lower the textures because we're running out of VRAM, and that's why you guys are seeing those big spikes. This is the same thing that was happening with the 4080 Super when I tested that GPU with this. Oh my god. There we go. Got him with the ultimate move at the end there. With a weird counter. I gotta learn how to do that hammer counter. Well, if I wasn't streaming the game, that wouldn't be happening. That only happens because the stream plus the game at 4K is just too much VRAM. It requires more than 16. Like, even the 7900 XTX can get over 20 gigabytes of VRAM in this game. Same thing with the 4090. That's the reason why, like, literally there's only like, what, three gaming graphics cards that can handle this game. Well, okay. If we're not counting the Pro cards, then it would be 5090, 4090, 700 XTX, and maybe 7900 XT, because that has 20 gigabytes. That's what I mean by this game is, like, super demanding. Man, that was even worse than the first one. I mean, one of the things that I could do is I could lower the resolution. Let's do that. Just make it 1440. Let me see what that does to the VRAM. Yeah, it's still 13.6. Yeah, that's because it is 1440p. We're not streaming in 4K. We're streaming in 1440p. I might actually go back to always streaming in 1440p because it allows YouTube to stream in lower latency so that the time it takes for you, like the time it takes for me to respond to somebody's chat message is a lot faster this way. When I stream in 4K, I can't do that. I have to select normal latency and then there's like that super long delay. Most of my streams for like the last 2 months have been 4K streams. Like, this is the first time I actually went back to 1440p. Yeah, they're much faster. I mean, that's why. So I'm probably going to go back to streaming this way. What I'll end up doing is my local recording will probably be 4K, and then the actual stream output will be 1440p. All right, what do you guys want to try it again? I know Ashen left, so it's still only like 3 people right now. What does Tumblr do? Alright, let's do it. And we almost had it early, the first run. Make sure you guys bring the traps. Who here is gonna be playing Where Winds Meet? That's like the game that I keep getting people like messaging me about. It's like, I don't think I'm gonna play that, but it's like, is anyone gonna play Where Winds Meet? That's like the next big game that's about to come out. That just kind of showed up out of nowhere. Okay, we're gonna let you do the phase 2 part. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Cancel. Cancel. Redo the quest. Redo the quest. I did it again. No, return, guys. Return. Go back. I chose the wrong... This is what killed us on the second run. I started us in the wrong camp. We were so close on the first run because I started us in the correct camp. I did it again. I can't believe that. It needs to be Area 14, Mining Cave. Where Winds Meet's coming out.
I'm expecting great things from you, Hunter.
Oh, so it's not me? Well, isn't 14 the closest one? Like, when we did it the other day where we succeeded, it was 14. Area 14. Well, that was the area that I chose. Oh, okay. These challenge runs make me really... These challenge runs are like Savage in... well, okay, maybe not Savage in Final Fantasy, but they're like EX. They're like Extreme. Because the Extreme ones are timed. Like, you have a limited amount of time, otherwise you just straight up fail. This has that same sort of feeling. I guess no one's gonna play Where Winds Meet. Oh, I did it again. Dude, why am I, like, forgetting that every time? Alright. Watch out. I just figure I just hit him with the hammer enough times and he'll get staggered. You got somebody, he pinned somebody. There. At least I'm doing the chunky damage. I just keep doing the chunky damage. He goes Super Saiyan again. It's like I don't even give him a chance. I keep attacking him even though he brings the aura up. After the mouth attack, he's gonna transition to another area. So get ready. We've hit the damage threshold. Yeah, he's going, he's going. Oh no, he's not. What the heck? was close. Yeah, the back has a... It's got a cut on the back. But I think it's too high for any of us to reach. It has to be a range weapon, probably. Okay, that was phase 1. Okay, this part is the ghillie mental part.
Make sure to grab anything a monster leaves behind.
Okay, what are you gonna do? You're gonna sleep him? Do I not have bombs with me? What the? I forgot to bring the bombs. Just drop the thing on him.
I've set a bomb.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna drop the... Where'd he go? Don't we want to drop this on him? There. All right. I think we need to lure him over to the other cliffs. Yeah. Get him over here. We need to bring him over here, right? Here, bring him over here. There. Well, we got both of the things on him. I need to move this. Okay. Oh boy. I can't reach the top where the wound is. I can't reach it. Only I could reach that top. Okay. Okay, it's still kind of like the same time as the previous one. All right, we're gonna have to get the traps ready. We gotta use the traps. In phase 3 and phase 4 is when you want to use your traps. You want to use like one of them in phase 3 and one of them in the final phase. Or if you can, use both of them in the 3rd phase if you can get him to skip the 4th phase by trapping him while he has the skull. That would be like the ideal thing to do. He still has that wound on his back and I just can't reach it. Alright, there's one. Okay, okay. We have 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes now. Go, 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 go. Hold on, I'm gonna try to trap him here. If I could just get the wound in the face to break. There. Oh no, what? Can't reach it. The skull's up, the skull's up. We have to kill him here. I don't know if we can though. I think oh, I think we're gonna fail. He's gonna get away. Unless there's like a wound that can be broken. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that was a fail. I don't know how we're gonna do this without a 4th person. I think the DPS check is too hard for 3 people. With the way this is set up. The phase 2 part did not go the way it was supposed to.
Thanks. That helped.
I don't have any more traps. I can't reach it. It's like I'm always out of range. Like, look at this. It's like, okay, I don't know how that connected. That shouldn't have even connected. But if I could have done that twice in phase 3, we might have been able to actually, because it would have stunned him long enough. Man. Yeah, they were gonna need a 4th person. I don't know how we're gonna do this with 3 people. We're like always within 2 minutes over. I don't even think, did anybody even cart on that one? I don't even know if we had anyone cart, and then we still did worse than the other one where somebody carted. I don't know why this is this hard. Oh, well, I messed up because I forgot to bring bombs. I didn't bring bombs, otherwise phase 2 would have gone differently. I don't know how phase 2 was that bad. Phase 2 went, like, not according to plan at all. Ashley, you want to try again? I think we just need a 4th person, man. I think we get a 4th person, and it's guaranteed. It's like, dude, like, what is this? It's like we're always like within 2 minutes of the clear. Okay, I'm going to definitely remember to bring these. And these, I guess. And I will remember to choose the correct starting location again, because I have messed that up like too many times. Area 14, mining cave. Aren't you supposed to drop the cliff or drop the stalagmite on him and then put him to sleep? I thought that's how it's supposed to work, because he literally stands right underneath that. All right, it's posted. Okay, this is it. This is gonna be the run. We finally have 4 people.
Have another hunt with no surprises today.
Alright, here we go. Don't forget to grab the rock burst that's over here. Because I've messed that up so many times. If I can get behind him. There we go. Somebody disconnect. Alright, I'm doing good DPS right now on this one. He went back to base form. Powering up. He's going Super Saiyan. He activated his Bankai. Watch out. Oh, man. His Bankai. His Bankai. Oh, man. That would have killed me if it wasn't for my tenacity ability. Oh, man. He activated a Bankai on me. That's like taking a Super Kamehameha to the face. Oh yeah, oh yeah, big damage, big damage. I gotta learn how to do that more consistently. That's like my best move. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Oh, he grabbed me. He was gonna try to absorb me like Cell absorbing Android 17. This hunt reeks of Dragon Ball Z references, for real. It's like, there's so many Dragon Ball Z references in this hunt.
Thanks. That helps. Make sure to grab anything the monster leaves behind.
Okay, I think for phase 2, we just drop the rocks on him. I think he needs to go to sleep. Hold on. Here, get the falling boulder. And then where's the toad? Yeah, put him to sleep. Hold on. Put the bombs. Oh boy. Okay, put the bomb. Okay, hold on. This is so ridiculous. Okay, well, you want to do your wyvern fire or something? Or not? Why is there? What? There's a trap? What the heck? Why is phase 2 never goes the way it's supposed to? I mean, I guess that's fine. But this is never what I expect it to be. So, this phase is always the most. This is always the most random jank phase in the whole hunt. The toads act weird. Oh, he's in his base form. Oh, he's going Super Saiyan. Did they give the hammer some hyper armor? Okay, we need to lure him, guys. We need to lure him over here. Hold on, get him over here. There. Are you able to rejoin? We're doing surprisingly good. Okay, I got pushed back like Obi-Wan in the Darth Maul fight. This is the part where I'm not sure how to fix, like, all of his random moving around here is what really kills our DPS. There, finally I got one of those. Got the other one. Hey, Toxic Fume. That name really fits this new Udra, because I have a feeling all the flames and stuff from this guy is probably not good for the lungs. But welcome to the PC Pros. It's almost like New Udra. New Udra could... Like, one of the hunt names should be that. Oh no, this is gonna burn. Oh no, he's gonna try to kill me. Man, I have like plot armor or something. I've got plot armor. I'm basically Naruto or Goku. Like, it's like I'm not dying. I don't know how I didn't die right there. Oh, whoa. Alright, get the traps ready, guys. We're at the 10-minute. Get ready. Come on, Rathalos, help us out. He got the skull, guys. He's got the skull. Hold on. Come on. He's got the skull. We can do it. If we can trap stun him. Get him, get him, get him. Oh, we got, wow, that was a really good time. That was better than the time we did last. How is that time that good? What? 3 people, 11 minutes? Now that's what I'm talking about. That's how it's supposed to be done. Nice work. This is why we play this game. This game and Elden Ring Night Rain have the same level of, like, accomplishment. Just like when you do a really hard thing in the game like this. You got a flame... Yeah, nice, man. Wow, that's the best time. 11... That's my new personal best. That beats our last one. The last one we did was like 12 minutes something with 4 people. This was with 3 people, 11 minutes and 15. I don't know. I kind of want to know how much damage Rathalos did, because Rathalos helped us out, man. Rathalos came in and was like, bam, boom, bam, talon attack, bam, and then like flew off. That's what I'm talking about. Oh wait, what did I do here? Oh, I got rid of the overlay, but I did the screenshot. I got the cerebrospinal fluid. Do you guys think the Jindahad one's gonna be like insanely hard? Because based off of how they've been doing things, the next Arch-Tempered and the next challenge hunt will be Jindahad. And then after that, it'll probably be Zoshia, and then Arkfeld, or maybe Arkfeld and Zoshia. No, I think Zoshia is after Jindahad. If they do the thing that they did with Monster Hunter World, that's the order that it should be. Yeah, we did the daily. Well, I did the daily. I mean, I can run it with you if you want. I already did that one. That was like the first thing I did. That was the first thing I did when I started the stream. I'm gonna turn the overlay off because it's not needed. What I want to do actually is I want to move it back over here. Yeah, pretty much 9070 XT. Ever since I changed the resolution down to 1440p, like, oh, Afterburner killed the game. Yeah, Afterburner, sometimes I forgot that if I close Afterburner while this game's running, I think the Capcom thing complains. The anti-cheat thing that they use. It doesn't like Afterburner because Afterburner's hooking into the game. I forgot not to do that. Which controller am I using? I'm using this one. You have to restart the game. Why is it doing this crash report? I don't need it to do a crash report. Wait, what? Why am I still... What, the game? The game didn't crash? Crash report canceled. And the game just continues. Wait, am I not in the session anymore? Am I still in the... That was weird. No, I'm not in a link party anymore, right? Hold on, why does it say... Hold on, if I close this, does it close the game? Oh, that does close the game. Okay. So clicking OK on the crash report closes the game. I'm using this controller. You have an easy Mizu's. Okay, yeah, I can run it with you. I gotta get logged in again. Oh yeah, I finally unlocked Akuma. I forgot. I finally did it the other day. So I now have Akuma on here. Well, let me make sure. Am I running the game? Oh no, it's back to this. Hold on. Yeah. Wait a minute, hold on. Why am I playing as Akuma? Oh, I need to join your lobby again, or someone's gonna have to. Well, actually, let's see. What was my 11, 15, 14, 16? See, my attempt by myself was like 18 minutes. I was only getting like a C on this by myself. Hold on. Can I join on one of you directly? Hold on, that's what I'm trying to see. Can I just join from the menu? Wait, maybe we should form... Maybe we should form a squad. Either someone can invite me to the lobby, or I'll just join. What do I want to say to my Indian audience? Or you guys can just... One of you can invite me, I guess. Oh, I have to join... Hold on. Lobby search, hunter friend search. Oh, yeah, okay.
I'm happy to help anytime.
Alright. I'm in the session now, right? Yeah. Did you post it?
Of course.
Hold on, let
Come back
me...
anytime.
Am I in the... I'm not in the link party, right? I need to join the link party. What do I do? Do I just start a new one? Someone's gonna have to invite me to the link party. Mizutsune's weak to dragon, right? Yeah, dragon. If I play as Akuma, does the dragon thing even matter?
Hello.
Safe wanderings.
I'm gonna try the Akuma style since I just unlocked him the other day. I think whoever's the leader can invite me. Oh, I guess so the question earlier, what do I want to say to my Indian audience? I guess, is this game popular there in India? What I know about India is the south area by the ocean is very humid, and the northwest region is very dry and arid, and the east side of India is... It gets more like jungle, the environment, the terrain.
Hello.
All right, I'm in. Because yeah, no, I'm not playing as Gohan. You know why? Because it's like I could just piggyback off of your Mizutsune because I need to do it on this character too. So. Oh, I should have done Lucky Voucher. This is on my wish list apparently, this item. So I actually need this. I'm gonna try the Akuma style, since this is a non-tempered. In fact, I need to do the Akuma one. You guys want to do the Akuma? Is it multiplayer? The Akuma, we can do it later. Obviously, we don't have to do it right now. I need to farm the parts for Blanca on the Palico. Hey, someone else is coming in. Saba-chan is coming in. Oh, you guys are already in the quest. Whoops. Man, the victory thing, when you clear the hunt with Akuma, I like the ending music that plays. He's got the best ending when the hunt's over.
Now commencing quest by order of the guild.
I'm going to see if I can fight him with this Akuma style. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What? Yeah, I guess his damage is low, but he has good evasive maneuvers. I don't know if his damage type is considered dragon or what. Oh, got him. Yeah. Got him. I forgot the parts that can drop from this thing. Apparently I needed one of those. Man. Kuma's good. I don't know, his damage seems kind of low unless you keep hitting the face. Is Akuma good? Is he like one of the best weapon styles, or is he one of the worst? I don't know. I only got him yesterday or 2 days ago or something. He does have the coolest like ending.
Is it due to environmental factors?
Yeah. This is what I mean, but this is like he has the coolest ending when you clear the hunt. He's low on DPS, but he has the best ending. You want to do the other one for the other armor sphere? Malanga, whatever it's called. Kongalala. For the hard armor sphere. Supposedly, we're supposed to use armor spheres in the Gagmazios siege. Yeah, Prajval, if you play Monster Hunter Wilds, you can team up with us. You guys want to do the Kongalala? Let me see. I think I have one for the forest. Oh, I got a tempered. Actually, I might have an investigation with a beast gem. This is another one that's easy. Well, actually, maybe I don't. Never mind. I guess I don't. I do have an investigation that showed up. Or like a field survey that showed up in the area. Is there an event quest for Kongalala, though? Because I think there is. Wouldn't that also count for the daily for the event? I don't know. I don't have very many armor spheres. Like, I'm always out of armor spheres. Like, if you look, let me see. I have this at level 1. And I only have like 28 heavy armor spheres and 76 hard armor spheres. So I don't have a lot of armor upgrade stuff. Well, let me see. Is there an event? You would think that... Oh, there is putting up a stink. You guys want to do putting up a stink, or do you want to do the field survey? This one counts to the daily event. Here, I'll just post this one. I don't even know what this awards.
I'm counting on you.
Isn't Radeon weak to Dragon? Yeah.
Leaving already?
Oh, that's the one for the corn popper? I thought there was a... Maybe you're right. Akuma's low DPS, huh? Wait, Titania from Final Fantasy is gonna be in here? Like, what? Oh no, what the? Oh. Got him. Street Fighter style. So out of place, but yet somehow it works. Oh, he has the best dodge, and he dodges into the paralysis alongside. What is that? Is that a crocodile? There's a crocodile right over here. We're doing good now. Got him. Oh yeah. Got him. A Radeon. Like what? Akuma ain't afraid of that thing. He has to strategically go over here though. Why am I not? Oh. This style, his fighting style, it seems okay, but I don't know when to use the Hadoken. Like, when is the Hadoken even good? It's the ranged move.
This specimen is... I see. Which would mean...
Wait, what does he look like when he does the Manderville Mambo? Well, that actually fits. You got a Ruby earlier?
Akuma wins.
Man, these rewards were stacked. Hey, do you guys know if the Akuma thing in the challenge in the arena is multiplayer? Besides the other one? Because I know... So there's Demonic Strength, which I think is single player, and then this one... Oh, this one's up to 2 players. True Strength is a 2-player one. Both of them reward the Street Fighter 6 ticket.
I'm not going anywhere.
Alright, well, I think I'm pretty much done for Monster Hunter. No, we got it. We got it earlier. We got it on the run where you disconnected. We did it in 11 minutes. And what was this? It was like less than 12 minutes. It was better than the time we did it the previous day. Your PC froze up and wouldn't respond at all? Well, I mean, we look at the one I'm running here. Aren't we running very similar hardware? So this is what I'm running. Let me remove the side panel for a little bit here. This is the PC that I built on the live stream last winter, or last, I think it was like in November. It was literally a year ago. Well, I think the motherboard, I can't remember. So this one, guys, is the ASRock Nova. So remember, if you tuned into Tech Thursdays yesterday, we were showing this motherboard. It was basically the same motherboard and CPU. The only difference is the RAM kit was different. So this memory kit that I'm running is the Magic Memory. This is the DDR5 8000 kit. So it's 48 gigabytes. It's 2 times 24 gigabytes at DDR5 8000, 1.35 volts. So that's what we're running on a X870E ASRock Nova with a 9800X3D. And then the GPU is that XFX Quicksilver Magnetic Air Edition 9070 XT. You can see, like, it's got those triple magnetic removable fans. And that's pretty much... This is why I call it the gamer PC, because this is... It's the basic gamer PC. I shouldn't say basic, because some of this hardware... This is definitely not like entry-level hardware. But this is kind of the ideal, I should say, gamer PC in 2025. So 9800X3D. We have a King Cool 360 AIO. Most people can get away with a water cooler on there, or not a water, an air cooler. But that's basically it. So DDR5 8000 because it's the gamer edition, I guess. 2 sticks of memory because that's all you can do with 8000. It's like the USB craps out or something and comes back in a couple of minutes. What motherboard is this? Oh wait, no, yeah, you said it right there. MSI MPG. I don't know about that. I mean, I haven't had any. I haven't had any USB. You're not using USB hubs though, right? Like, I have the Xbox 360, or not 360, Xbox Series X controller. So the guy who was asking earlier what controller, I mean, I kind of showed it real quick. This is the Xbox Series X. There is no battery installed, so I always have it connected to the PC via USB-C. This is the USB-C cable that came with the controller because it's a very long USB cable. That's what I have. So basically for the connections, I just have the keyboard, the mouse, the USB controller, and this microphone and the webcam. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 peripherals, USB peripherals, all type A plugged into the back. Oh, you're using a KVM switch. You know, I was thinking of using the KVM switch in my Sony monitor the other day for so I can combine my Strix Halo, basically my Ryzen AI Max and my Tech Thursdays PC, so I can share them over the same keyboard and mouse. But if I do that, I lose the ability to wake up the computer from pressing any key on the keyboard when it's asleep. So it's like, I don't know. I might do it. I just don't want to have to press the button on the case to wake up the computer. Yeah, it sounds really weird, but I just want to be able to walk up to the computer, press the space bar on the keyboard, and the computer wakes right up. That's typically how I run my desktop PCs. Oh, and Hades was asking earlier, this was how long ago was that message? That message was like 3 minutes ago. So have you had any issues? No, I have no issues. I've not had a single issue with the Nova. You guys remember we built this computer like almost a year ago now. And the whole time I've had the 9800X3D in here, no problems. Not a single problem. We're even running the memory at DDR5 8000 on this motherboard, and it works. So now that's very memory kit specific, because I wouldn't consider the Nova the best motherboard for running DDR5 8000, but it's able to do it. It can pass MEMTest 86. It doesn't overheat, and you guys can see we've been streaming the whole time. I haven't had any issues. I am on the latest BIOS. So the stuttering that you saw earlier was because we were running out of VRAM because I was playing the game at 4K. Now, ever since I swapped to 1440p, there's no more stutters. You guys can see we haven't had any stuttering. So VRAM is the thing, guys. It's all about VRAM. So that whole discussion earlier in the stream about should I, like there was someone asking, should I upgrade to a 9060 XT? I mean, the point is, it depends on your resolution, but the more VRAM, the better. That's the key takeaway. The more VRAM, the better. This is the reason why the two graphics cards, the two best graphics cards from AMD and NVIDIA from the previous generation, so the RTX 4090 and the 7900 XTX, those two graphics cards have 24 gigabytes of VRAM. Those two GPUs, because of that 24 gigabytes of VRAM, those two GPUs are going to be future-proofed for a good while longer, considering how old those GPUs are. Both GPUs, the 4090 turned 3 years old back in last month, October, and the 7900 XTX will turn 3 years old next month. So those two GPUs are considered middle-aged GPUs, and they're holding up pretty good. Why? Because they both have 24 gigabytes of VRAM. That's why. That's the reason why the resale value on the 4090 is so good, because a lot of those AI hobbyists want that 24 gigabytes. Now, the funny thing is, the 3090 and the 3090 Ti, those two GPUs are also 24 gigabytes, and they're even older. And because they're Ampere RTX 30 series, those GPUs have kept their resale value really well too, considering their age and considering their lack of things like AV1 encoders and things like that, and the inability to run DLSS frame gen on 30 series, at least not officially. So they have to leverage FSR for their upscale and frame gen most of the time. But yeah, those are interesting GPUs. I'm considering revisiting the 3090 Ti in particular this winter. So there's two GPUs that I want to test again. One is the Intel Arc B580, and the other one is the RTX 3090 Ti. I'm really interested in testing those. I might actually put them into this very computer, because this is the gamer PC. This computer is the one that I'm supposed to use for like overclocking tutorials and GPU benchmark comparisons. That's the reason why I built this computer, because I'm not gonna tear apart my Godlike every time just to do GPU. No, I would use this. And that's the reason why the 9800X3D is in here, because I don't use the 9800X3D as a workstation CPU, because obviously it doesn't have enough cores and threads. So, but it's perfect for a gaming / benchmarking CPU. That's the reason why it is in this computer. And this case is very easy to swap GPUs, because it is the NZXT, I believe it's the NZXT N9 Flow 2024 edition, or maybe it's the N7 or H7 Flow or H9 Flow. It's the one that we unboxed and built the PC in last year on stream. So it's, I'll just bring it up again so you guys can see it. I don't remember the exact model number or name, but just to kind of show the front of it for those curious, this is the case. The NZXT. Now, these fans did not come with it. It came with non-RGB 120mm. These are Montech 140mm ARGB ring fans that I put on here, because the 140mm helps with the intake by a good margin. And then I have 3 Corsair RGB fans at the bottom. So I have 6 intake, 3 140, 3 120, and I added literally yesterday a 120 millimeter Be Quiet rear exhaust fan that was not there previously, and then I have the 3 AIO fans from the King Cool. So the reason why I put this rear fan in here is because when we were doing that MEMTest 86 test, I realized there is no front to back airflow. Like there's no like funneled airflow. There was intake, but there was no exhaust. So what ended up happening was the heat from the socket, the heat from the GPU just kind of like pooled around here, waiting for the AIO to slowly exhaust the air through the radiators, which was not ideal. So I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna put this rear fan here because this way it'll make it more like a server rack case. You have these 3 big intake pushing to the back. This guy alleviates the hot air, and sure enough it does, because I can put my hand back here and I can feel the hot air coming out the back, so that it does help. And then I have 3 more intake fans to help push cold air in from the floor. So that's pretty much, this is a pretty good airflow optimized case. You have 3 fans on the bottom and then 3 fans on the top, so you have vertical chimney style airflow, but then you also have front to back airflow. And the GPU also assists with the chimney style airflow because of how that's set up with the aerodynamics. So that's basically why I call this the gamer case, because it is, or the gamer PC, or I guess the gaming PC, because this is the sort of thing that I expect like the average gamer would strive to build. They wouldn't go around building like a godlike or some crazy workstation or high-end thing with Threadripper or whatever. You should do a build in the Haven BF360. You can put 2 massive fans in the top. As long as it's not a aquarium. I don't do fish tank cases. You guys know that. I don't believe in those type of cases. Those cases are a fad. They'll go out of style probably in the next 2 or 3 years. So anyway, that's what I would do. You didn't realize there were 2? 2 what? The Haven... The Haven... BF360? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, but see, this is not... This is kind of like the case that I'm using right now. It's not a full tower. Or it's not a mid tower that has a full tower configuration. I'm looking at it, but see, like I want a case that has oh, this is that case that does have that funneled thing, the ramp on the bottom. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It has the funnel thing, or the, what they call it, the plenum or something. See, the problem with it, I'll show you the reason. Like, the first thing, when you mention the case, when I look at a case, when someone asks me about a case, you know the first thing I do? This is what I do. I look at the case. I immediately look right here. I look at the back, and I start counting these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If it doesn't have 8 of these, it automatically fails. That's how easy it is, man. That's how easy it is. Like, one thing, and the case is like off the list. So it has. If it had 8 of these, then now it moves on to the next interview. You know what I'm saying? But unfortunately, it only has 7. Unless there's like an XL version of this. The expansion sauce is why you didn't build in the... Because see, look, this only has 7. This is the difference between a mid tower and a full tower. And the thing is, some mid towers come with full... When I say full tower configuration, you want to know how to tell if a case is capable of being considered a full tower case. You count the number of expansion slots at the back. If it has 8, it is a full tower. If it has less than 8, it is not a full tower. It's that simple. So there are some mid-tower cases that can technically be classified as full tower cases because they have 8 of these. Now they might not be tall enough. It might be a tight fit at the top for like an AIO, but as long as they have 8 slots, it's technically a full tower. Well, some people want to put the case under a desk. And they don't want it to be, you know, like, if this interferes with the leg of a desk, for example. I mean, I could see that being a problem. So that's why. You know what I mean? But yeah, this... I wouldn't get this just because it doesn't have 8 slots. I mean... I say that, and we're literally using a case right now that only has 7 slots. But this case, I never intended to use this NZXT case as a full tower case. That's why. I meant for it to be like a test bench computer. To replace my old test bench computer case from like 15 years ago or whenever it was. That the case that I had before this one didn't even have USB 3. That's how old it was. It had something on the top of it called eSATA, if you know what that is. Full tower optical workstation. Oh yeah, speaking of optical drive, 5 1/4 inch. Yeah, so I've got 2 cases. Well, technically 3, but the third one was the one that I was just talking about that's super old. So I've got 2 cases that I'm probably never gonna get rid of. The Corsair Graphite 600T. That case, I'll never get rid of. That one is old school in the sense that you can fit a whole bunch of 3 1/2 inch drives in the front. But also, it has the 5 1/4 inch on the top for an optical drive. So yeah, I think you can fit like 3 or 4 optical drives on there. Corsair Graphite 600T. Yeah, this was my favorite case for so many years. And I will never get rid of it. 5 1/4 inch, you can fit 4 5 1/4 inch drives. And it has either a 200 or a 180 millimeter intake fan down here, which is not loud at all because it's so large. So this is really nice. So look at the inside. I will never get rid of this case. This might still be my second favorite case out of all the cases that I have. In terms of the old school cases, this is my favorite. In terms of my absolute current favorite case, it's the ProArt PA602. My Threadripper case. Yeah, this case is still... It's so good, man. Yeah, because... You know why? Look at this. The thing with this case... It wasn't really designed for EATX motherboards. But you can see, like, this is using... This screenshot is of an old triple channel Intel LGA 1366. This is a Nehalem HEDT. For people who don't know what this motherboard represents, this is X58. This is Intel's Threadripper equivalent from like 2010. That is what this motherboard is from EVGA. Rocking triple ATI, not AMD, ATI Radeon GPUs. 3 of them. For some reason, the top one is like the flagship one. I like how the top one is the big one that has an 8 and a 6-pin, and then like the two underneath it are the mid-range GPUs with dual 6-pin. That's funny. 3-way Crossfire, man. 3-way Crossfire X. But what I meant to say, I got super distracted by this Intel HEDT and these ATI Radeons. So you can put an EATX. I could literally put a Threadripper in this old case, and it would fit fine. Now, the only thing is the big motherboard would cover up part of these two grommets, but who cares? I can just use the grommets over here. That's how future-proof this is. It is so well designed. And look at this, 6. So remember what I was saying earlier about the NAS that I built? I took all the 3.5-inch hard drives out of my desktop and my Threadripper, and I threw them in this thing. This is the case that is currently housing my NAS. All 6 3.5-inch drives are in this case right now. Like, that's how I've repurposed this case. This case is my NAS. It's not a 24/7 NAS. I don't leave it on 24/7. Because of the desktop platform, no. It goes to sleep, and if I wake it up, I wake it up, and if I need to use it. But otherwise, I let it go to sleep. It's like a super ghetto NAS. It's like I'm not running anything fancy. I'm literally just running, yes, I know, Windows 11. Windows 11, I'm just using Windows 11 as like a home server. Yes, it works. You can do things like set up Active Directory. So it's really, really good in that regard. Yeah, so this is my NAS case, guys. This is what I'm using. And yeah, I've got the Blu-ray burner in here, even though I would never use the Blu-ray burner on the NAS, but it's in here just because of the 5.25-inch bay. So yeah, what I was saying earlier was, so for this NAS, I had to choose between 3 motherboards and 3 CPUs. So the choices were, and here's where we can bring up paint. So we actually do get to bring up paint on this stream. Because I was starting to think that there wasn't going to be a paint session on here. So these were the choices. So you guys decide which ones you would choose. These are the choices for the NAS. So the NAS choices could be X570, Crosshair 8, Hero, Wi-Fi, with Ryzen 7 5800X, or Z690 Gaming X DDR4 with the Core i7 12700K. And the third option, hold on, let me clean this up. Actually, no, we're going to leave this here for a reason. The third option was X670E Aorus Master with the Ryzen 7 9700X. So these are the 3 choices for the NAS, for that old case. So these 2 options were DDR4. This option was DDR5. But there was one, and okay, here's the thing. You got to think about the purpose of the computer. The purpose of the computer is to be a NAS. So what does that mean? You want to look at how many SATA ports these motherboards support, because ultimately that's going to play a big factor. So, okay, let me tell you the use case. The use case is for use case, my YouTube channel video archive. So basically for the videos that I make and for the live streams that I do, you can imagine these live streams, especially when we were live streaming in 4K, 60 frames per second, the local recorded live footage results in enormous file sizes, guys. So I'm talking like my average live stream at 4K 60 equals 70 gigabyte plus file size, and that's And that's with AV1 encoding. That's with AV1 encoding. Imagine if that was H.264. That would be like a 90, 100 gigabyte plus file for just one live stream. Think about that. So that's the reason why I needed the NAS, because I was like, hold on a second, man. My SSDs cannot, like, it's not economical to store that kind of file size on an SSD. This is the reason why I needed the old hard drives. This is why I needed the NAS. So this was the use case. So remember, the use case is I'm not trying to run like a home streaming media server. That's not the use case. The use case is literally just network attached storage of backup footage of my YouTube channel. So basically what that means is that, let's say I make a YouTube video or a live stream video, and I want to move the video file off of my PC onto the NAS. So I'm going to transfer it over the network. That's literally all I need the NAS to do, is receive the file, store it on a hard drive, and then just go to sleep. You know, like, that's all I need it to do. I'm not asking it to do any kind of crazy, do you yes, I am recording and streaming this simultaneously. Yes. That is the reason why I need a NAS, because imagine every single live stream is like, on average, the average file size of these live streams is like 70 gigabytes, especially when we're doing 4K. So I might go back to, well, no, I'm going to keep recording in 4K, because if I want to do post-production, like, let's say I want to chop up a video and turn it into clips, for example, then I need that 4K native footage for editing purposes. That's the reason why. But the live stream, I might just do the live stream on a downscale 1440p, because that way I can interact with the audience more quickly with less latency. But for the actual, like, recorded footage, it's going to be 4K 60. So that's, you can imagine those are going to be gigantic file sizes. And that's the reason why I need the NAS. So knowing this is the use case. This is the average file size. Yeah, this is single PC. I always stream single PC and record single PC. Like, why would I do it any other way? I mean, this is the most practical way to do it. So, average live stream, da-da-da-da. Okay, so this is the use case. So from this information, like, now you see, like, okay, these are the 3 candidates for the job. Who are we gonna hire for this job? You know what I'm saying? Dual LAN, no, why? I don't need a dual LAN network. For what reason would that serve? I'm not going to connect the NAS directly to my computer, because I want other computers to be able to access the NAS, and I don't want the NAS to have to be, I don't want another computer, like a laptop, to have to connect to a desktop just to get to the NAS. Does that make sense? So unless the NAS was dual LAN. Yeah, I see what you're saying with the dual LAN, but no, there's no reason for the NAS to be dual LAN. I guess if the NAS was connected to the network and then the other port was connected directly to the PC, okay, maybe in that scenario I can see the advantage of doing that. But the reason why I don't care to do that is because I don't use the same PC all the time for streaming. Case in point, Tech Thursdays is a completely different desktop computer than the one I'm streaming on right now. The purpose of dual LAN would be redundancy or link aggregation for higher speeds. Does a unmanaged switch know how to do that? Can you even run LACP on an unmanaged $20 switch from Micro Center? I highly doubt that. Or even like a $50 Ubiquity unmanaged. I don't think that's gonna work. Unless an unmanaged switch is smart enough to load balance, which I don't think they are. I think you have to run a managed switch and define the VLANs to do something like that. Or not the VLAN, but to set up the Ether channel or the port channel. But yeah, I don't... No, right now, the whole network, the whole internal network is 2.5 gigabit per second. This is what I'm running over, 2.5 gig. Yeah, but you're talking like a what, $400, $500 Switch? I don't feel like doing that. We aren't there yet. We aren't there yet. So, and besides, so I think the nick on this is basically the nick on this is 2.5, the nick on this is 2.5. In the walls is not actually meant for 2.5 gig. The cabling in the walls, so the cabling in the walls, wall RJ45 was originally spec'd for 10 megabit per second and 100 well, we'll just say 100 megabit per second. We don't need to go there. 100 megabit per second. This is the wall cabling. What I did is I manually, by hand, took this apart, modified the wires, the Type B RJ45 cabling to transform what was originally a 100 meg cable into a 1000 megabit per second cable. And I did speed test over the cables to understand what the maximum speed could be. And the maximum speed I can get reliably is through the cable walls, or the cables in the walls, is 2.5 gigabit. Now on shorter distances, I can get 5 gigabit per second on short runs, but I cannot get over 5 gigabit, and I cannot get 5 gigabit reliably. What will happen is if I try to force 5 gigabit and I do a big network file transfer, guess what happens? The link goes down. The link between the two devices literally just goes down. It's like, oh, you're disconnected to the network. Oh, the NIC doesn't know what's going on. The NIC is flickering. It's like messing up. And that's because the cable quality in the walls is totally not designed to handle 5 gigabit speeds. It's barely able to handle. I'm actually quite lucky that I'm able to get it running 2.5 gig when this was originally designed for 100 meg speeds. The wall cables that I'm working with is not even Cat 5e. We're talking like Cat 5, if that at all. So like I have hand modified the wall jacks to allow me to push over 100 meg. So that's the reason why I am currently capped at 2.5 gig no matter what. I could have an ISP offer me 5 gig fiber, 10 gig fiber. I'll turn them down because it's like, first of all, I don't want to pay that much, and second of all, there's no reason for me to, because I'm physically capped at 2.5 gig. I would literally have to tear out all the wall cabling and redo it. I'd have to put like Cat 6 or whatever in there and make it so that I can do 10 gig through the walls. But that is like a whole home improvement project thing that it's like, we're not there yet, we're not there yet. So I'm basically capped. So now you guys understand the sort of infrastructure that I'm working with. So I can't go above 2.5 gig. That's the reason why, like, okay, the link aggregation, the best I can do with dual 2.5 would be 5 gig. So that is nowhere, that's like half of 10 gig. See what I'm saying? I can't do 10 gig because the walls can't handle 10 gig. The only way I can do 10 gig is if I literally have all of the computers in the exact same physical room. And that's not gonna happen. That is not gonna happen. So, yeah, the NAS is not in this room. Threadripper's not in this room. Those are in completely different locations. So that's the reason why we're capped at 2.5 gig, and that's basically it. Alright, so you wouldn't worry about speed as videos not much. Yeah, I know, and really it's just about file transfers, to be honest. It's just file transfers. I'm just moving the file from the whatever PC did the live stream or did the editing over to the NAS. That's literally all it is at the end of the day. So So anyway, so here's the thing that I use as my criteria. My first thought was I'm gonna go with the Intel computer because it's a way to use DDR4 that I just have like a ton of DDR4 just sitting around doing absolutely nothing because all my systems today are DDR5 based. Even my laptop is DDR5 based now, or LPDDR5 or whatever. So oh yeah, SODIMM DDR5. So it's like I don't even run any computer with DDR4 anymore. So I was like, okay, I can use my Intel Alder Lake because it's DDR4, and it's like I don't really need to use this computer, so it's like I'll just use this. So that was like my first choice was this, and I'm trying to remember what was the thing? Oh yeah. Now I remember what happened. Okay, so I looked at this one. Here, let's remove all this stuff. So the this one has 8 SATA ports. The old motherboard has 8 SATA ports. The Intel motherboard has 6 SATA ports. The AMD DDR5 motherboard also has 6 SATA ports. So I was like, okay, if I go with the oldest computer from the pandemic, I can get up to 8 SATA drives on my old Zen 3 PC. Like this motherboard, for those curious, this motherboard was 2019. 2019 motherboard. That's how old that motherboard is. The CPU is 2020. This is a 2020 CPU. I got that CPU in 2020. I got the motherboard in 2019. The Intel 2021. 2021. That's how old that is. This was 2022. And this was 2024. So obviously in terms of, I don't know why I put this here. I'll probably just put this here. So you guys can see the age of the computers. So obviously this is the oldest one. And it has the most SATA because it is the oldest one. And then we have the Intel in the middle here. This is 2021. So this is like this was the time of the dark times. This is when like people were watching Fix It to get GPU notification drops, and Newegg Shuffle was a thing. You know, that was the era that this CPU launched in. And DDR5 just came out, and no one bought DDR5, including myself, so that's why it's a DDR4 motherboard. And then this came out 2022, and this is actually when the YouTube channel started, was around this time. So anyway, ultimately, I was gonna go with the Intel, but at the last minute, I chose to go with this computer instead. And the reason for that is one simple thing. This motherboard from Gigabyte, no postcode debug. No postcode debug. That was a huge red flag. And I was like, you know, and it's an ATX board. And this is an eATX board. So I was like, this is dumb. Unfortunately, no. Maybe I'll find another purpose for this, but for now, no. The no postcode debug is like, This is like one of 2 motherboards that I have that does not have a postcode debug. And I was like, I can't stand that no postcode debug thing, so we're gonna not go with this board. That's the only reason why. At the end of the day, it was between these 2, and you know why? Someone's like, well, what about this? It has 8. Okay, the problem with this, and this was a huge weakness of AMD back in the Zen 3 and in the AM4 era. No integrated graphics. No integrated graphics. This was the deal breaker for the old computer because the 5800X had no integrated graphics. So I would have had to install a GPU in this super old computer just so I could do the 8 SATA, and I only have 6 hard drives. So actually I have another, I have a small old 2 terabyte 3.5-inch hard drive, which I wasn't able to fit in here because these are max at 6 right now. But the other thing is the Corsair case. We go back to the case. The case only has six 3.5-inch drive bays. So it's like, when I realized that, I was like, wait a minute. I can't, like, okay, even if I go with my old motherboard, I can only fit like 6 3.5. I mean, unless I get like a mod thing to fit more in the 5.25-inch. So I was like, hold on a second, wait a minute. No, like I'm just gonna fit 6 of them anyway. So that's basically how it ended up. So I ended up going with the AMD one, which is kind of like, man, I kind of wanted to keep the Aorus Master around for for like test bench, because if you guys remember, I think it was like 2 months ago, we did a live stream on Tech Thursdays where I was actually using a Gigabyte motherboard to showcase memory overclocking. That motherboard is now the NAS PC. So now I no longer can use that motherboard for demonstration purposes. So that's the reason why I kind of wanted to go Intel, and I still might change it up. I might actually just put the Intel in there anyway. But for now, this is my NAS platform, for those wondering, in that Corsair case. It has a 1TB NVMe Gen 3 SSD. So basically it's got, the NAS has got Samsung 960 EVO 1TB. And then it has like plus like 6 3.5-inch SATA drives of varying capacities. I think I have like the biggest one in there I think is like an 18TB WD Red NAS drive. Like that's the biggest one, and I think I have like Toshiba X300 10TB Toshiba X300 8TB Toshiba X300, another 8TB Toshiba X300, and I was thinking, should I do like a RAID 5 or a RAID 1? No, not a RAID 1. I don't know what I want to do with redundancy, actually. Like right now there's no redundancy. It's like literally it's just the drives are in there and there's no RAID set up. And I can't remember what the last drive is. The last drive I think is like a 2TB or something. It's like a 2TB Seagate or Toshiba, or I can't remember what the small 2TB is. But that's basically the NAS. That's what I've got. The newest drive is the big Western Digital. This was originally in the Godlike. I pulled this out of the Godlike. I think these two were in Threadripper. I think this one was also in the Godlike, and then this one and this one were in either my Intel computer that I recently gutted, or I think one of them was in the Intel and one of them was in my Crosshair PC or something. Like, I forgot. I pulled them from somewhere. But yeah, this is basically the NAS. No GPU. There's no GPU in the NAS. I'm just running the integrated graphics off of the 9700X. So what is that, like 50 something terabytes? So this is 28, 38, 46, 54. Yeah, so 56 terabytes of storage. So whatever. I mean, that's pretty much it. Oh, you guys can't even see the thing because it's like cut off because of this. That was dumb. Put this somewhere else. You aren't using RAID? No, I'm not. Yeah, the drives are all kind of mismatched. Like, okay, right now, I think Tech Thursdays is on, like, a mix of this one and this one, I think. So Tech Thursdays are on those two, and then, like, the gaming week, like, this type of live stream that I'm doing right now, these type of live streams are currently all on the Western Digital. Like, the big gaming ones are all on the Western Digital. Because this was in the Godlike, and the Godlike was the computer that was typically here. But I since moved it temporarily. But yeah, that's the RAID, or that's the, not RAID, that's the NAS. This is the NAS. That was basically my NAS. Home NAS, very basic stuff. I didn't want to spend like $400 or whatever on a NAS. I mean, it's just like, I don't feel like spending money on that, man. Like, I literally bought the AMD professional GPU, that ASRock GPU. I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna be buying any computer hardware for a good while. That AI PC was like the last hardware thing of 2025 for me. And there's like no new hardware coming out. Like, and it's great. It's great timing because DRAM is going up in price. SSDs are going up in price. You know, like graphics cards are going to go up in price real soon. They're starting now. If you go look at Best Buy, you'll see the RTX 5080 Founders Edition is already like $1,500. So, you got the Western Digital Red. Yeah, they're good, man. They're good. They're not that loud either. Everyone was telling me, like, oh, NAS drives are loud. And, because remember, I bought this originally for my PC, for storing my live stream recordings. And people were like, nah, don't get a NAS drive, it's loud. But I was like, yeah, but they're the only ones that are really big and cost effective. So I ended up buying it anyway, and it wasn't loud. It wasn't that loud. The ones that annoyed me were the Toshibas, man. These Toshiba drives in my Threadripper PC were annoying. They were so annoying. That annoying humming sound of the drive, it was bothering my ear. I was like, man, okay, I gotta get this thing out of here. I gotta build the NAS. That was actually the biggest reason why I built the NAS, was to take those noisy, slow 3.5-inch drives that also increase your boot times, even if they're not your boot drive, because you guys have to remember, if you have hard drives in your computer, when you turn your computer on, the motherboard has to initialize all the connected devices, and the hard drives are like the slowest thing, man. Even if you're not running Windows on them, they're still slow. I'm amazed, like, how much faster the Godlike and the Threadripper PC, both of those, ever since I took out the 3.5-inch drives, oh man, the boot times, I was like, whoa, I was missing out on these super fast boot times, man, because these old hard drives were in here. So I have seen the light. I'm not gonna put 3.5-inch hard drives in a gaming computer ever again. Like, no, not even in a workstation. Like my Threadripper had the 10 terabyte and I think 210 or 110 and 1.8. If I need more storage in Threadripper, I'm just gonna buy. Well, I say that and SSD prices are going up, so I don't know what I'm gonna do for a while. But I'm good on storage for a while. Yeah, well, it depends on the drives, because the drives in my Tech Thursdays computer, there was the 2 terabyte and the 8 terabyte, those weren't loud. I guess the larger the drive, the higher the capacity, the louder it's prone to being. The only drive that annoyed me was the 10 terabyte Toshiba. The 10 terabyte Toshiba was the one that, like, finally made me pull the trigger on ripping out all the drives and putting them in the NAS. Yeah. Well, so now, okay, so this computer is still currently, like, sitting there with a dual GPU setup doing absolutely nothing, and then this computer is sitting in a computer case just waiting. It's like Alder Lake's like, pick me, man. I'm here. I'm ready. I'm ready for duty. And it's like, well, I'll find something to do with the Intel. At some point, I'm gonna have to revisit, like, what I call the pandemic gaming PC. Like, what is it like gaming on a pandemic PC in 2025 or maybe 2026? You know what I'm saying? Because these are pandemic PCs, both of these computers. Zen 3 launched in the midst of the pandemic. Fall 2020. That was straight up pandemic. Like, that was straight up pandemic. You know, like this one was fall 2021. So this one was like, it was technically still the pandemic because there was still a lot of people that weren't traveling or not going anywhere on a regular basis. Well into 2022 even. But the pandemic, I would say, unofficially ended sometime in the first or second quarter of 2022. Basically, the thing that ended the pandemic, in my mind, and this is how you guys, this is how tech enthusiast I am. So the pandemic ended when the 3090 Ti launched. The 3090 Ti launched and ended the global pandemic when it launched. That's what ended the pandemic. The 3090 Ti launched in March 2022. Yeah, the 3090 Ti is much newer than the rest of the 30 series, believe it or not. It launched in the exact same year as the 4090. The 4090 launched in October of 2022. The 3090 Ti launched in March of the same year. So the 3090 Ti launched and the pandemic ended. So that means that the Alder Lake is a pandemic CPU. This launched in the era when you couldn't buy a GPU because of scalpers and supply shortages. 2021 was the year of scalpers and the John Travolta meme stream and the fix it 24/7 live stream GPU, now in stock trackers and all that stuff. Yeah, that's 2021. When I think of 12700K, that's exactly what comes to my mind. Like, life in that time period was like that. $7900XTX was also 2022, but it was like the very, very end. You guys understand, right? Like, the launch windows are very, very different. Like, 3090 Ti, March 2022. 4090, October 2022. 7900XTX, December 2022. All three of those GPUs were in the exact same year. This was the year, 2022 was a big upgrade year for a lot of people. This was the year of Ryzen 7000 and 13th gen. This was the year when a lot of people started considering DDR5. In the, like, when these CPUs, well, AMD, you had no choice. If you wanted, like, Ryzen 7000, you're buying DDR5. If you're on 13th gen, this is why Intel was so smart, man. Intel was genius, and I remember a lot of, like, tech analysts criticized Intel for this, for the choice of making backwards compatibility, like a memory controller that can handle DDR5 or DDR4. But this was the most, like, this was like the best decision Intel made in recent history, was allowing their Alder Lake, aka 12th gen, and their Raptor Lake 13/14th gen to support DDR4. Because they knew DDR5 was going to be so expensive that no one wanted to buy it, and they were absolutely correct. And that's why you go ask some random person that has a 12th gen CPU that actually got a 12th gen CPU when it was relevant, aka end of 2021 or all throughout 2022, they most likely, there is like a very, very high probability that they're running a DDR4 motherboard, because I ain't gonna pay $800 for 64 gigs of DDR5. So, yeah, these were some interesting times. So, and you guys saw, like, we see this play out every 2 years. 2024, last year, Ryzen 9000 and Intel, or I guess I should just say Core, or Ultra, I don't know, like 200S. 200S is what Intel's calling their stuff. Core Core Ultra 200S. That's the Intel Core Ultra stuff. That was last year. So, next year, 2026, Ryzen next gen. I don't know what they're gonna call it. Like it's gonna 10K, whatever. Like I don't know. Maybe they'll just do 10K. Like the Ryzen 10 800X3D or whatever, and then Core 300S or whatever. So that's those are the stuff. So it's every 2 years. So it's so like you don't have to watch any hardware leaks. All you gotta do. When did the last CPU generation come out? When did the last CPU generation come out before that one? Oh, there's a pattern. You know, so, but yeah, everything's going AI. So it's like, who knows? AI can screw up the entire roadmap because everyone needs, like, all the AI people need DRAM now and all that stuff. And yeah, so. The game put me in offline mode. I think everybody's offline now from this game. Alright, well, I guess I'm gonna exit out of the game. Quantum is still mostly like, well, you're gonna start seeing like Quantum be talked about more and more. Yeah. What happens if AI goes bust? Well, okay. A lot of market analysts are starting to compare AI to the .com bubble in the 90s, and most likely it is going to go bust. And all the AI enthusiasts are going to deny, but it will happen. But the thing is, remember what happened with the .com, if you guys even remember the .com bubble, which is basically the internet bubble. So there were winners and there were losers with these type of things. And the AI thing is going to be the same way. It's like there's going to be winners and there's going to be losers. So I think the chip manufacturers like Nvidia and AMD to a lesser extent, they'll probably be okay. But the ones who stand to lose in this AI thing are the people who are investing tons of money in building up AI-related things, whether they're AI-related apps, AI-related infrastructure to host those said apps, so basically cloud companies. And if they're not going to be able to get the return on their investment, meaning if they're not going to be able to monetize and generate revenue off of all these different AI applications, whatever they are, those are going to be the losers in this thing when it goes bust. Because if you make an app and no one wants to use your AI app, but you're paying, you know, some data center like thousands of dollars per month for their GPUs or whatever, good luck staying in business because you're gonna go out of business pretty fast. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen. So part of the reason why I built the AI pod, I'm trying to understand, you know, like why, what is, so I understand the hype behind AI because unlike crypto, so we kind of saw this with crypto play out over the last decade. Crypto is the real deal, regardless of what your opinion is on cryptocurrency, like Bitcoin, that kind of thing. It's here to stay. It is a technology that people can use for various different things, like whether it's just a basic investment asset or whatever. But the thing is, it doesn't have as many practical applications outside of like buying and selling or investing, right? So it's kind of very limited in scope in that regard. AI, on the other hand, has so many different things that it can do. Like there's the whole generative AI. There's the text, the chat bots, the deep learning that they can use to recognize cancer. For example, you can like train AI to look at radiographs and determine, okay, this is a tumor. That's not a tumor. This one looks like it might become a tumor, and they can weight like the probabilities. So AI, and I can see AI being really useful to a degree in the medical industry. They're talking about like developing new drugs for cancer treatments and things like that. So those are all really good things. Those are the sort of things that are like really good, a really good use case of AI. But there's a bunch of other things that are just kind of like nonsense, that'll probably not be very profitable. There's a lot of exploration too. Like it's a new frontier. It's a new technology. People are gonna try these things. They're gonna fail. Some things are gonna work. But that's kind of my take on AI. So I'm trying to understand, like at what point does AI become not viable? Meaning, like, at what point is the compute requirements so high that you basically can't do it yourself anymore? You have to rely on either a cloud-based service, or you have to rent out compute resources from some kind of data center that's hosting those compute resources. That's kind of what I'm doing right now on the side. Like, this is unrelated to the YouTube channel. This is all kind of like a side project thing. Maybe I'll make some YouTube videos about it in the future. I just don't know how to like organize that kind of info. But yeah, that's the whole AI agents thing, the technical support stuff, the front desk level support. Like those are all kind of things that AI is being put to work in. I mean, there's people that are talking about like AI employees, like automate a bunch of like front office desk work and that kind of thing. So there's a lot. I mean, we talked about this on like Tech Thursdays, I think last month. We did the whole deep dive on not yesterday, but the week before on the actual infrastructure, like how it's deployed at scale. And there's so little information on the internet about that, which is it's interesting. So AI agents getting smarter, Google Gemini, yeah. Yeah, I mean, but that's expected, right? That as they get smarter, they get more broader in terms of the model database. Another really cool thing is like instantaneous language translation. Like Apple has this thing now, I think with the new AirPods, where you can like two people can be wearing AirPods and they can be talking to each other in completely different languages that they don't understand. Like someone could talk to you in any language that's their native language, whether it's like Korean, Spanish, whatever. It's just whatever language, and but it's a language that you don't understand, and then you can speak in some language that person doesn't understand, and the AI will translate in real time. You'll be hearing the voice. It makes me think of Star Ocean. That RPG had that thing like in the game, like literally the way that the characters would talk to these characters on these planets were using this type of thing that we now have with AI. So it is very interesting seeing like AI kind of moving us into sci-fi in that regard with their own voice. I don't know about that because I don't have the AirPods, so I don't know how it sounds, but I've heard that it's really good, like Universal Translate. Yeah. So there is cool stuff out there with AI. Like, this is what I mean by there are practical applications that AI can do that you can literally benefit from in the real world. Like, you can see tangible benefits from using these sort of applications that are realized through the use of AI. This is something that didn't work with crypto, and it certainly didn't work with NFTs, because I've seen a lot of people, like the people who are the AI, not anti-AI, but like the people who are thinking that AI is overhyped and it's gonna fall, it's gonna like crash and burn, and they're comparing it to NFTs, and I'm like, man, these guys have no idea. They're comparing apples and oranges, because NFTs had no like tangible benefits, right? Like, what's the point? Like, why? What AI, you can create all this stuff like universal translators, medical research things, drug discovery, etc. Like, there's so many things that you can do with AI that you can't do stuff like that with NFTs. I'm sorry, but it's like, that's an apples and oranges comparison. Anybody heard about mining stock called? No. I've never heard of that. No, the only one really to even really pay attention to long term is Bitcoin. I mean, I'm pretty convinced at this point that Bitcoin is the only one that matters. I'm not saying the altcoins are completely pointless, but the only thing, like, every time you talk to somebody who is heavily into crypto, they always, whenever they talk about other coins besides Bitcoin, they always talk in terms of like how it stacks up to Bitcoin. And to me, that's a huge red flag because if you're always comparing to Bitcoin, it's like, why do you even bother? Like, just use Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Like, why? Like, why bother? That's like, I don't know. How do we compare? I don't know. That's like, it's pointless. Like, and if they're not comparing it to Bitcoin, they're comparing it to some kind of fiat currency. It's like, why are you even making the comparison, man? Like, it sounds like you actually don't believe in the crypto that you're trying to get hyped about. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, no, like crypto, I think that ship has sailed, and the only one that actually kind of matters now is Bitcoin, because that's the only one that is universally recognized by most countries and most businesses, if they, assuming they even recognize Bitcoin as a legitimate standard for financial transactions. The rest of them don't even really matter. Like, literally, the only thing people do with the other coins is they literally just, if they're mining them, they mine them, and then guess what they do with the mined coins? They literally just sell them for Bitcoin. They just basically trade it out for Bitcoin, or exchange for Bitcoin. That's all they do. So it's like, you're just collecting some random coin that you're not going to hold on to. You're gonna sell it into your Bitcoin and just keep getting Bitcoin. Because that is a more cost-effective way to generate Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is not, it's not financially feasible to mine Bitcoin anymore because of the blockchain power requirements to generate new Bitcoin. So that's the reason why what most people do that actually mine crypto is they mine an altcoin, it's like some random other coin, and then they just turn that into Bitcoin. They just sell it off for Bitcoin. So that's pretty much what, as far as I'm concerned, and I'm not a crypto expert by any means, that's the only reason why altcoins exist at this point. It's like people mine them and then they just like sell them for Bitcoin. Like, that's it. So that's why I'm convinced like Bitcoin's the only one that matters. You look for stocks that are about Bitcoin. There's many out there. What are you talking? You're talking about like ETFs that are blockchain based, or are you talking about stocks that are based off of, that are tied to Bitcoin in some way? Well, I mean, you don't even have to look that far. You can just look at the companies that are housing the infrastructure for generating Bitcoin, and like, are they publicly traded? That's literally all you have to do. But anyway, this has gone way off the rails in terms of the realm of what we were going to be doing this evening, which was supposed to be streaming games, but I ended up only streaming Monster Hunter, and I was planning to stream 2 other games, but unfortunately I didn't get to either one of them. Quantum. Yeah, but Quantum right now is still too much in its infancy phase, in the sense that the amount of energy it takes to do qubit measurements and how fragile qubits are, we're not there yet, man. Like, that's why. But there is a lot of research and development going on around the realm of quantum. I would say give it like another 3 years, 3 to 5 years, and then we'll really start hearing more about quantum. That being said, it might be a good idea to invest in quantum AI translation technology. Crypto mining stocks. Isn't that just crypto? Like, I don't know. What's the point of like a crypto stock? Like, I don't get that. Wouldn't you just buy the coin? Are you talking about like buying derivatives of crypto, like options, like why? Well, that DDR5 8000 kit did good. It did good. I just kind of threw it in here, loaded up that XMP profile, and hoped for the best, and it worked, man. Yeah, it's rock stable. Because it's been a long time since I tested the 8000 series memory speed, or 8000 memory speed. All right, well, that was that. I know people asked yesterday about streaming games using Strixhalo, so I was going to do that, but then I thought, you know what? We're going to do a live stream using what I would think is the average, well, maybe not average, but like a good gaming PC. Because I would say this is probably representative of the sort of gaming PC that most of the gamers want. I mean, it's either this GPU or the 5070 Ti. Like, that would be the equivalent of this GPU. But yeah, this is the CPU to get for gaming, I guess. I don't know. Like, I kind of think the Ryzen 9s are probably better future-proof-wise, but they're more money, but yet people like to compare an Intel i9 to a Ryzen 7 for some weird reason, even though they should be comparing the Ryzen 9, but oh well. Alright guys, I think that's going to be it for this stream. I think from now on, I will stream in 1440p. Because it allows me to use the low latency mode, so I can interact with the chat more quickly. There's less of a delay. But that being said, I will continue to do the 4K recording. So if I want to make like a video or whatever from the content, like for example this discussion about a NAS or whatever, I don't think this is going to be a video, but I'm just saying like these sort of paint-based discussions could turn into a video. 1440p is better for... Yeah, I know. Chromax. Yeah, I was running... Well, I always use air coolers, but I ended up using an AIO. Just... You know the reason why I put an AIO in? I put the AIO in because it's easier for me to get at the memory. When I was using the Noctua... Here, let me just open this up again. When I was using the big Noctua cooler, the problem is, like, if I wanted to change the memory out to do memory overclocking or test a different memory kit or throw 2 more memory sticks in there, it was annoying because the Noctua would just be in the way. I'd have to take the front fan off all the time and then having to put it back on. And then also the GPU, because the Noctua bracket comes so close to the GPU's backplate. So that was always kind of annoying. So anyway, that's why I put the AIO in there. But that being said, I've always thought about going back to air, especially on Threadripper. But I'm probably not going to for now. I'll just leave it like this. I don't feel like doing any more modifications to these computers. What thermal paste do I use? It's some random off-brand cheap thing that I don't even know the name. It's whatever the cheapest thermal paste was that I could get a lot of. Like, I've had it for years. Yeah, man, I'm fairly practical when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like, I know there's better options. Like, there's also that PTM 7950 stuff that everyone talks about these days. But it's like, I mean, is that stuff expensive? I mean, if it's more than like $10, I don't want it. Yeah, I still have Noctua thermal paste, but I don't want to like use it all up because I end up changing hardware quite often because of the whole YouTube channel thing. So that's the reason why, for me for it to be economical, I need to use the cheap stuff. But yeah, this is what I would consider a gamer PC. because it has 2 sticks of DDR5 running at DDR5 8000, which is more of like enthusiast class stuff. I don't think that the average gamer is running DDR5 8000, but it works. At least this memory kit works with this motherboard. And then a GPU that can do 14, basically you can max out 1440p. You can technically game at 4K, but it's going to become very game specific and it's going to use up so much VRAM. I don't recommend it with this GPU. But yeah, this is what I call the ultimate 1440p gaming PC. 9800X 3D. Well, this is the all AMD version. Like if we wanted to put an NVIDIA card in here, it would be 5070 Ti with 9800X 3D. No, this is the ASRock Nova. You know, ASRock launched a really good motherboard recently. For overclockers, the Taichi OCF. This motherboard is really nice, actually. It's very impressive, this Taichi OCF. It's a 2-DIMM motherboard, which means you can run DDR5 8000 very easily on here. You can probably run 8200 or 8400 as well. And then, but this is the thing about it that's insane. Like this motherboard, do they have like a gallery? Man, ASRock, why do you not know how to do your marketing? Like, do they not know how to show people, like, the things that will wow them? Like, different angles of the motherboard doesn't tell people anything. So, I think this... Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 SSDs. You can run 6 SSDs on this 2-DIMM overclockers motherboard from ASRock. That is legit cool. Like 6 SSDs. Now, obviously, there's going to be some kind of like, oh, if you use this one SSD, then you can't use this X4 slot or whatever, and then this SSD might share SATA ports or something like that. Because it's a non-Threadripper board, it's obviously going to have some kind of lane sharing because they're trying to jam pack so many M.2 drives on there. But yeah, that's cool though, man. Like 6 SSDs on an overclocker motherboard? That's crazy. Wow. The record for M.2s on a motherboard currently is the Godlike in terms of out of the box. The Godlike does 7. But this is doing 6, man. And this thing is like a $500 motherboard. The Godlike is an $1,100 motherboard. The Godlike comes with that Aero Expander Gen 5 card. So the Godlike can do 7 because it has 5 on the motherboard. And then the add-in card adds 2 more Gen 5. So that's 7 SSDs. The ROG Extreme, the Crosshair Extreme can do... I think it can also do 7, because it can do... It has the 2 on the DIMM.2, it has 3 on the board, so that's 6. Is that... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Wait, no, it's man, I can't remember. I can't remember how many the Crosshair Extreme does. I think it's, okay, so it has 2 on the DIMM.2, and then it has 1 here. So that's 3, and then it has 2 more? The Gen 5 one, and then it has... these are the ones that take lanes from the GPU, and then you can't use your X8 slot if you're using these 2. So that's... Okay, so technically that's 3. And then 4, 5 on the DIMM.2. So that's 5. And then the Slim SAS, that's 6. So you can do 6. Yeah, you can do 6 on the extreme. 6 on the extreme, but then you can't run a second GPU, and your GPU is running at 8 lanes if you're doing all 6. So that's the limitation on any of the high-end Asus boards. So yeah, Asus tops out at 6. Godlike does 7. And basically the Tai Chi is matching that Asus, that $1,000 Asus. This $500 Tai Chi OCF matches it. No, it's not 7. Where's the 7th one coming from? Hero is going to be the same as the Extreme. I literally have the Hero. The Hero maxes out at, you can do 6. Maxes out at 6. That's with Slim SAS. Without Slim SAS, you can only do 5. And that also means your GPU is running at half lanes. So 6 is the max. So basically, the Tai Chi OCF matches the Asus flagship board in terms of M.2. It comes with 6 M.2 stuff. That is very good. Like, this is the only overclocker board that does that. This is a 2-DIM board, so you can run 128 gigs of RAM on this motherboard with 6 SSDs. And that 128 gigs of RAM is going to easily run at like 6,000 or 6,400 because it's 2 DIMMs. That's why. You do 64 plus 64. That's 128 gigabytes. DDR5 6000. I mean, that's pretty good on this board. And plus the 6. So it's $500, and it has the postcode debug. So it has like everything it does everything correctly, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know, man, but it's cool that it exists. I'm just saying that it's cool that it exists. The fact that they did this. This is the thing about ASRock that's cool, though. ASRock is the one company that builds those really weird motherboards that you have no idea why they built them, but it's kind of cool that they exist. And someone somewhere will find some niche use case for them. It's not going to run 128 gigabytes at 8400. You know why? Because there's no dual rank. There's no dual rank kits that are capable of running 8400. That's why. But it'll run 128 at 6000 or 6400. You know why? Because it's the same stuff that goes in the Threadripper. Like Threadripper's doing I'm doing 128 gigabytes at 6400 on Threadripper because it's 1 DIMM per channel. This is also 1 DIMM per channel. So this, whatever Threadripper is doing, this can also do. And I think Wendell did a video about like DDR5 8000 on, I have to go back and look because I thought he did a DDR5 8000 video on Threadripper. So yeah, maybe Mark is right. Maybe you can do, maybe not 128, but maybe 64 gigabytes at 8000 on this motherboard. Still, that's very impressive. Yeah, this is basically like half of a Threadripper board. It's like chopped in half, and that's the reason why. That's the reason why I could run those high memory speeds. The dynamic dashboard on the Godlike went out again. They're mailing you the special cable they used to flash I didn't even know there was a special cable to flash the display. Well, so when did you replace it the first time? I replaced mine, I think, in July or August. So far, mine hasn't... The new one that I have hasn't had any problems. When did you do your RMA, though? Because if you did yours earlier than I did mine, then yours is probably a different revision. Because I think I have the one that's supposed to go on the Godlike Max. The upcoming revision. Because there's a new Godlike. Or X Edition. The Godlike X Edition. For some reason, I think MSI, like, they sent me this one. The new they sent it to me, but the firmware determines the animation that plays. Oh, yours was in February? Yeah, mine was in like August or July. I have to go back and look. I think I mailed it to them at the very end of July, and they sent me the new one in August. I don't know what's going on with MSI, man. Like MSI, there's all those rumors about the dual CCD X3D CPUs. Maybe those are legit rumors, and maybe MSI is just waiting to launch their new motherboards with those refresh X3D CPUs. So maybe that's what it is. First one was February, then after the last BIOS update, yours bit the dust. What does it do? It just turns off? You guys saw mine when it was going bad. Remember, I caught it on stream because you would hear the USB disconnect sound. You would hear the dun dun, like it reconnects. And at first I was like, is that my Xbox controller? Like, what's doing that? And then when I reviewed the live stream footage, I looked at the PC, because luckily I had the camera on the PC going. Like, I literally had this going while I was live streaming. And then, sure enough, when the USB disconnect sound happened, the godlike display shut off. And then it would reboot and it would come back for a while and then it would go off again. So when that happened, I was like, wait a minute, it's the dynamic dashboard that's causing that USB disconnect sound. So I ended up RMAing it, and MSI sent me a new one. Yeah, man, the godlike has had a lot of issues. And the issues go beyond just the dynamic dashboard. But most people who don't utilize the full potential of a motherboard, they'll never run into the kind of problems that I run into with motherboards. Because if you're not maxing out, like, I'm using almost all of the USB ports on the back of mine. I'm using every single M.2 slot. I was using every single SATA slot until I pulled out the 2 hard drives. So now I can literally put two 2.5-inch SATA SSDs in the Godlike now because I freed up 2 ports. But I had everything maxed out on the Godlike. I was running 5 SSDs. I'm still running 5 SSDs. I'm running 2 graphics cards, dual GPU, in this Godlike. So I've got the RTX, the Asus Astral RTX 5090 in the top slot, running at Gen 5, 8 lanes. And then the bottom slot I actually I swapped the GPU because the Intel B50 does weird things when running Gen 5. So I took that GPU out, I threw it in the Threadripper, and currently I'm running an Intel A380 as the second GPU, and so far that one's been working fine. So that's the second GPU. I might change it again. I might put that Radeon Pro card in here, down at the bottom, because that's an 8-lane GPU. And it has 8 gigs of VRAM, so it'll be like 5090 plus W7500 or whatever. But basically, what I'm saying is I'm literally maxing out the board. I'm running 4 sticks of DDR5. I'm running all the M.2s simultaneously. I'm running 2 graphics cards simultaneously. So, like, the sort of problems that I run into with a motherboard, the average user is never going to experience these problems because they're not utilizing everything that the motherboard offers. So, but yeah, the MSI support was really good. Like, nobody tried to give me the go around. No one tried to, like, tell me to do stupid troubleshooting things that are pointless. When I told them I had the problem, they basically gave me 2 options. They told me you can either ship us the full motherboard with the dashboard, or it can just ship the dashboard. It's like they didn't care. Like, I get to decide. They let me decide, and I decided I'm just gonna send them the dashboard because I told them, it's like, okay, if I send you the whole entire motherboard, I'm literally without that computer, And for me, that's not a problem. But for the average person, if this was their one and only desktop computer, they would literally have like no desktop computer for like 3 weeks. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, for me, if I have to send the board, I don't care, because it's like, oh, I'll just go use the Crosshair, or I'll just use Threadripper, or I'll just use Strix Halo. It's like, whatever. But for the average Joe, man, like, I would feel so bad if I had to ship them the board, and that was like my only computer. So, yeah. But thankfully, they didn't care. They're like, you choose. You can send us just the dashboard. So that's what I did. They sent me the new one, and I've never had the problem ever since I swapped it out. So, and I'm running the latest BIOS on mine, and it's been mostly problem free. The issue that I'm running into now is when I had the Intel Arc Pro B50 in the second slot, sometimes I wake up the computer, and the computer wakes up, and the GPU has vanished. Like, Windows doesn't know where the Intel graphics card went. It's like, it disappeared. And it's literally still there, and I can see the little blower fan spinning, so I don't know what's going on. Other times, it'll appear when you wake up the computer, and then the computer will hard freeze. And the blue screen will say, Intel graphics driver, blah, 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 whatever. It's like, you Google the code, the first thing that comes up in Google is Intel graphics, something has stopped working, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, okay, yeah, there's something weird going on with Intel's Gen 5 graphics card and the MSI Godlike. Like, they don't like each other for some weird reason. So, like, the workaround that I tried was I dropped the Intel GPU to Gen 4. I forced it in the BIOS to run at Gen 4 instead of Gen 5, and so far that seems to work better. But that tells me that, man, someone's got to do a BIOS update. Either MSI has to do a BIOS update, or Intel has to do a firmware update in their driver, which is always a can of worms, because if your driver fails to install while it's doing a firmware update, you could literally break your GPU. And that's the one thing that's really questionable about Intel's drivers. Intel likes to bundle GPU VBIOS firmware updates in their drivers. No one else does that. NVIDIA doesn't do that. AMD doesn't do that. If they're going to do a VBIOS update, you have to use a specific software tool to flash a new VBIOS on your graphics card. Intel literally flashes a new VBIOS on when you update the driver. I'm like, are you serious? Like, there is so much, like, that could easily, like, brick the GPU if your graphics install, like, screws up or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, wow, man. Like, this is the reason why Intel, they're just not there yet when it comes to, like, the average person using an Intel GPU. They're not there yet. It's still only for enthusiasts and hobbyists, because that are willing to dabble in and entertain the idea and troubleshoot bugs and weird issues. So that's the unfortunate thing about the Intel graphics cards. So, and the sad thing is that's a professional GPU that does that. The regular, the B8, the B580, the A770, those cards, they don't have those problems. It's the professional card that is only powered over the motherboard's PCIe slot and has Gen 5 speed capability. And there's another bug, like that Intel GPU somehow tricked my Asus Threadripper motherboard to negotiate Gen 5 speed on a slot on the motherboard that's not allowed to go Gen 5. And I was like, how did that GPU do that? Or is that an Asus bug? Asus has to fix this, or I don't know what. So the sort of problems that I run into with computer stuff are like way beyond the average user, because it's like no one's doing this type of stuff with their hardware. You know what I'm saying? Like, how many people do you know are running 3 graphics cards in their computer? Like, I mean, come on, right? So, I mean, I'm running 3 in Threadripper, I'm running 2 in Godlike, I'm running 2 in Crosshair. The only computer that I have that's running 1 GPU is literally this one, the one that I'm streaming on right now. This is like the only PC that I have that has 1 graphics card in it. The NAS does not have any graphics card in it. It's using the integrated graphics. So, yeah. So if I run into a problem, it's a legit problem, because it means that someone needs to go test their firmware somewhere. You told them you were worried it would go out after warranty, and the person was like, yeah, you're right, let us just send you what we do to fix them. Yeah, let me know what type of cable that is when it comes in, because it's probably not a TPM cable. It's probably like an SPI or an SMI. It's like there's I forget the name of the acronym, but I think I know what type of cable they're using. It's probably like a ribbon cable that plugs into something on the back of it or on the side of it. Alright guys, well, I don't recommend the Godlike because of all the stuff that we just talked about. But if you are in the market for a new motherboard, Gigabyte has a really good new motherboard. I know we weren't supposed to be talking about motherboards on this stream, but somebody brought this motherboard to my attention. The X870 Aorus Master X3D Ice. This is Gigabyte's redemption arc, because Gigabyte was kind of like last place this generation or this round of motherboards from last year, and now like they have redeemed themselves, because this motherboard, if you want a really good, well-rounded motherboard that has like all the features that you don't even know you need, like this is worth considering, because this one is significantly better than the original Aorus Master that launched last year with Zen 5. The Taichi OCF is also very good, but the Taichi OCF is definitely kind of like an overclock. It's like a specialist motherboard. You can see all the buttons for overclocking. It has 6 M.2 slots, though, so if you're someone who wants to run a lot of M.2 and you're good with running only 2 sticks of RAM, which most people, let's be honest, most people on DDR5 are only running 2 sticks of RAM. It's got all the things that you would need, regardless of whether you're going to overclock or not, so that's a good one too. They're both similarly priced. This is a $500 motherboard. This, I think, is also a $500 motherboard. So these are really nice new options. I don't know where MSI is at. MSI, like, their motherboards, they kept talking about them and they're still not here, so okay. And then this just kind of showed up out of nowhere. So I don't like the AI branding though. Like, this doesn't make any sense. Performance unleashed by AI, like, that is kind of cringy, because it's like, no, that's not actually true. Like, can they prove that? Like, by AI apparently. So AI has made the Master, the new Master, incredible with X3D performance. So the marketing is kind of questionable, but the actual product itself is very good. So if you're in the market for a new motherboard, definitely check out the Aorus Master X3D Ice. This one is really, really good. It has 10 gigabit LAN plus 5 gig LAN. This will probably be the last thing I do on the stream, is go look at the block diagram, because now it's almost 5 hours long. If their website will load, and I don't know why Gigabyte has that problem. Let's look at ASRock, if they have the let's look at the manual. Did this actually load? Okay, it did load. Manual. Okay, so right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 M.2 slots on the Gigabyte. 5 M.2. Up from 4 from last year. And unlike last year, where you could only do 2 of them before you have to use lane sharing, this one allows you to do 1, 2, 3, 4 without any GPU lane sharing, and then you could do a 5th one without GPU lane sharing. However, the 5th one shares lanes with the dedicated X4 slot. So just keep that in mind. If we go back to the gallery here. So this is the thing about mainstream motherboards, is you always have to take into account what is shared, because there's always going to be some form of sharing. So the bottom PCIe slot is an X4 slot, and the bandwidth is shared with the 5th M.2, which is either the one over here or the one over here. But the really nice thing about this board, the thing that really redeems this motherboard, is not only does it give you 5 physical M.2s, and you can run all 5 of them without touching your graphics card's lanes, it also provides dual graphics card capability. The coveted and becoming far more relevant dual X8 capability is included while also providing 5 SSDs. So you can do 5 SSDs plus 2 graphics cards with no lane sharing. This is a step above ASUS and their Crosshair Hero, because ASUS can do 4 SSDs without any lane sharing, but Aorus is doing 5 without any GPU lane sharing. So very, very good. This is why I say this is the redemption arc for Gigabyte. On top of that, dual LAN, 10 gig LAN plus 5 gig LAN. So they are matching the MSI Godlike and the ROG Crosshair Extreme. The $1,000 ASUS board has 10 gig LAN plus 5 gig LAN, and the $1,100 MSI board has 10 gig LAN and 5 gig LAN. No other motherboard on the market provides that. Oh, well, okay, hold on. Gigabyte does have the Extreme AI Top, and the Extreme AI Top does provide dual 10 gig LAN. But to be honest, if I had to choose between the Aorus Master and why is this okay? The what? The Gigabyte Aorus Master, I would choose this over the Extreme AI Top, because the Extreme AI Top only has 4 M.2 slots, and the 4th one is only 2 lanes and shares lanes with the bottom PCIe slot. So, and that motherboard is probably more expensive than this board. So that's kind of a fail. So Gigabyte's lineup is like their last year motherboards are just kind of like very underwhelming in that regard. But the new ICE motherboards are really good, man. This is like a really good motherboard. Like if I was building new, like if I was someone who did not upgrade last year, this would be on my short list, because this is really, really good. So 5M.2 plus dual GPU on a mainstream motherboard, sign me up. This is the sort of stuff that's good. So this is the type of stuff that's like almost as good as like the Tai Chi, or not the Tai Chi, the Nova. The only difference is this motherboard is like way more expensive than the Nova. So it doesn't have the price competitive, but it's giving you like the 10 gig LAN, dual GPU, 5 SSD. You know, like if you don't want the 5 SSDs, you can do 4 SSDs plus a capture card inside, 4 lanes, whatever. So and they still got the 10 gig LAN. So it's like, man, this is such a good board. So that's a really, really good one. This is an example of an S tier motherboard in 2025. So maybe I do need to make a new tier list video, because everyone keeps asking me, man, you need to make a new tier list video. You're the one from last year. So maybe I do need to make a new one, because there's a bunch of new motherboards. It's definitely going to look different from last year's, although I will tell you guys, the Nova is still going to be S+. Like, even in this market, the Nova is still S+, because so far, like, nothing has wowed me more than that board. Like, this is good, but it's expensive, but it's a good expensive, and this is also a good expensive, but it's a niche overclocker board. So, but yeah, this one's cool because six SSDs on the ASRock. 1 DPC. That means this motherboard can basically run DDR5 8000 like out of the box, no problem, because it's 1 DPC. It's physically 1 DPC. So yeah, man, you want high speed memory? I mean, this is the board to get. Okay. So they're doing the same thing that Gigabyte's doing, and basically Gigabyte and ASRock are copying what MSI did last year. So the USB 4 shares the lanes with this guy, which basically means if you're running both of them, this guy drops to 2 lanes of Gen 5, which is perfect for a Samsung Evo Plus. A 990 Evo Plus is perfect for this second slot. And then, because it's still going to run at full speed. And then you have the 2 SATA that can support RAID, and then this guy, so, and then 2 down here, so that's your, this is Gen 3, this is Gen 4, this is Gen 4. I like how they tell you the gen speeds. So, okay, the X4 shares with this guy. Yeah, man, this is a really good motherboard too, man. That I like how they're getting super creative with how to work around the constraints of a mainstream platform's lanes. That's what's fascinating about evaluating these mainstream motherboards. Because Threadripper is kind of boring. Threadripper is like, you have so many lanes, who cares? You can just, whatever you want, you can do it. You don't have to question it. This, it's like, oh, you got to think about it. You have to really analyze the motherboards. So, really good stuff. All right, well, that's it, man. These are the 2 good ones. Tai Chi OCF and Oris Master Ice Edition. All right, so that's probably going to be it for this stream. We ended up talking about motherboards. I was not expecting to talk about motherboards. But anyway, that's it for this. I was about to say Tech Thursdays. This isn't even Tech Thursdays. All right, so that was a look at the what I call the gamer PC in 2025. If I do another live stream this weekend, it'll be either on Strix Halo or it'll be on an Intel platform because we haven't touched Intel in a while. Or you know what I'll do? I might just like use an Intel GPU and stream on the Intel GPU and see how it goes. So stay tuned for that. If you want to tune in, you guys hit the bell icon, get notified when I go live. And thanks for hanging out with me, and I will see you guys next time. Until then, take care, and I'll see you then.